Okay, can you hear me now? Please. Can you fucking hear me now? Hello? Oh, thank you! I live! Okay, I'm sorry about this. It's been a really long time since I did a stream and I did not properly prepare. This is so upsetting. I'm so sorry. Am I too loud? Or is it is it passable? Am I doing well? I would like the feedback. Chat. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, I thought we could start by taking a look at last year's, because I am wholesale copying Lucky on this. We can take a look at last year's Fang tier list. And okay, and we'll see if it still holds up. I think it does. First of all, the only thing from the backlog that I declared finished was Needy Girl Overdose, because I really did not feel like doing all of the endings. The gameplay loop is kind of tiresome. We will talk about that. But I did watch the true ending on YouTube, okay? Yeah, VLR still sucks. I have not undropped any of those games. The Game Awards, I am not even putting the Game Awards on my ranking this year. That's how nice it was for me. Gokushufudo still was fine this year. I watched the other season. It was fine. Highscato was. Yeah, these were still cool. Octopath Traveler, we'll be talking about you more. Everything is still pretty good. They're releasing a new album, by the way, Mountain Head Out, on March 1st, 2024. That'll be cool. And yeah, I lied by my other decisions. Oh, last year I had 6 GOTY nominees. I was doing 5 this year. We'll do 6. That's fine. I can do 6. Okay. And with that, I would like to review to you all of the things that I will be putting. As you can see, I cut out concerts. I will not be ranking concerts that I went to because I put some of them in the thread. I cut out the demos that I played during Steam Next Fest because it is not fair to rank them. The only game that I played the demo of and then played the full game was Venba. Venba was really cool. I will be talking about Venba. And I cut out all of the live streams that I watched, except for the Yakuza 8 10-minute story trailer, because you know? Sorry, Lucky. I am so sorry, Lucky. I will be covering this. I will be talking about this. We will be talking about that, Lucky. I'm not gonna play the trailer for you. Thank you, Volt. Thank you for thinking of what it would be like if Kazuma Kiryu was HIV positive. This is very important to me. So yeah, we'll be covering all of the media that I engaged with, from Knives Out to just yesterday I watched the Scott Pilgrim anime. And there are a couple of things that I put in there that are not in my thread because I could not finish them in time for the stream. And they are Bell Hooks' All About Love, Jay Kettlestein's Tokyo Vice, Master Detective Archives Raincode, which I will be playing next year after a lot of putting it off. Flowers, Sun and Rain, the first season of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. It says Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. Very good. And Never 7, The End of Infinity. And for that, we will be creating the tier Unfinished. I will preemptively place all of these right here. And then at the end of the stream, where did Flower Sun? It's right there. At the end of the stream, we'll be covering these 6 things. Let me. Okay. let me just finish a couple things. Because I did a template and I forgot to add these things to the template. Because I am very smart. Did you know that I have a degree? That I got a degree this year? My favorite. Okay. We will start by taking a look at my thread and quickly going over some of the things that I did not add to it, and then we can move on to the real event, which is the things that I will be ranking. So on the first day of the year, I watched this presentation. It was like a circus kind of presentation, like a one-man show. It was really funny. There was Old Man Yowie, and every time the guy said incredible, we had to go, oh, and it was really nice. And then we watched the show. It was a really cool show. It was like a cover show, and because these two were back to back at like the hotel thing that I was staying at, they are friends with each other sorta, and they referenced each other's presentations a lot. It was really cute. Yes, the chat loves Old Man Yowie, I can see. And thank you, Volt, for your compliment on my journalistic integrity. Okay. But we'll be going over these things when we go over these things. I watched the Barão Vermelho show. Barão Vermelho is a very famous Brazilian band. They were really big in the 80s. They had a frontman that was named Cazuza. He was very, very talented, but he was also a very complicated figure. So, like, he left the band, and then he died, tragically. I don't know how much long later, but, like, he had his little solo career, and then, it was the 80s, and he was a bisexual man, so he contracted AIDS and tragically ended up dying from it. But yeah, despite his rocky relationship with the band, to this day, their biggest successes are still in the Cazuza era, and that was a lot of what was played. The formation has changed in these years, and the new guy, he did pretty well. He did pretty well. It was pretty nice. Good show. I rewatched Everything Everywhere All at Once with my parents, and I did not put this in the ranking thread because Everything Everywhere All at Once was covered in last year's discussion, last year's tier list. So I just wasn't gonna talk about it again so soon. But I did end up putting the movie in the thread because, as I say, I watched it with my parents. My mom thought the movie was boring and left during part 1. My dad watched it all, but he came to the same conclusion that it was boring, and he only really liked part 1. Meanwhile, I cried twice, and I kept praising the movie every single scene, which I think is indicative of something. Don't be mean to my parents in chat. Thank you. Okay, peek. Imagine Solent Stylist. I watched the Rhythm Heaven Iceberg, and I thought it was worth putting in the thread because I finally found out what Kota Keuchi's stance on Gamergate is. Go watch the video if you're interested. Jan Misali is very funny. His autism vibes with mine. I watched RT Game be bad at Rhythm Heaven. I only put this here because the video was an hour long. I don't know why. Like, I stopped putting videos in my media thread unless they tickled me in a certain way. I don't know why I did this. Anyway, okay, Exomelanist. Oh yeah, Summer Game Fest. As you can see, the only thing I thought of interesting about Summer Game Fest was the fact that ProZD was there. I don't remember what he was doing. I think he was doing like an announcement for a card game or something. That's how much I respect Summer Game Fest. I watch these things because I'm not even gonna say because it's my job, because it's not yet my job. Hey, alô pra todos os jornais de games que estão assistindo esse stream, me contrata, por favor. Eu escrevi um TCC muito bom. Me dá dinheiro! Me dá trabalho! Okay. Sorry. And yeah, I just watched these because I like video games. Even though I want to kick Jeff Keighley off a several foot long or flight of stairs because I don't like him. Anyway, I watched the accessibility showcase with my friends. Izzy is not here, but I watched it with Luki too. And we all agreed, the concept was nice, but like the stream itself, this was made by Laura K. Buzz, who is a very prominent YouTuber in the debate of accessibility in video games. And she talks about this stuff a lot. She makes videos about this stuff a lot. I really like her job. You know, she has an important function in the ecosystem, really. But this really showed that it was her first time doing something like this, because like as a highlight stream, as a stream like this one, it was really half-baked, and like I was not told nearly enough about the games themselves. She really only focused on the accessibility features. So it was like, hey, we're doing this game. It has like option filters if you're like colorblind, or it has the open dyslexic font and stuff like that, which is neat. But like at the same time, nothing much about the games themselves was told to me. You just told me that I could play them, not like what they were about. And like I think that picking out games just because I am able to play them and like not being told much about the story overall is just a little bit sad. I find, as a disabled person. But yeah, the concept behind this is really cool. I just think there should be more balancing between showing your main thing, which are accessibility features, and like talking to me about the goddamn game. You know? Yeah, Jeff Keighley should die. That's what I'm hearing from the chat. Laura K-Buzz should have gone on the stream and say, Jeff Keighley, I hope you die. Anyway. We'll be talking about you later. Future of Play was cool, but the host was a VTuber, and she was really annoying. She was really annoying. Luki knows what I'm talking about, because I dragged him to watch that with me. Remember, Luki? When we watched the stream that had like a fucking VTuber with pink hair or something. A like hyper-realistic VTuber, mind you. Like, looked straight out of a PS5 game, and it was terrifying. Yeah. And then the Wholesome Direct. The Wholesome Direct had another issue that, you know, there were just too many fucking games at like breakneck pace. They really went for like quantity over quality, because I could not tell you a single fucking game that I saw in the Wholesome Direct. But then again, it's been long enough that I don't remember any game in any of these directs, so. Anyway, this one had a really big pacing issue. Like, it was dizzying. I could not focus on what was being sold to me. And like, the games were all kind of really samey. It was all like farming. Nothing wrong with farming games. I love farming games. There was a period in this year where I was like really hungry for farming games, and then I played Stardew Valley and all was right with the world. But like, there wasn't really much of a job to differentiate these games. A lot of them, you know, about cats, so you can pet the dog. Vaguely Japanese aesthetic. Oh, this is just like a Spirited Away met Stardew Valley or something like that. And you know, a lot of these games felt like SEO blurbs rather than games, if you catch my drift. So like, it's like if Stardew Valley met some different IP. You know, I don't like the state of the cozy game genre. I hate the buzzword. buzzword cozy game anyway. It is really bad, and I don't like it. Anyway. Okay. The Capcom showcase. Jesus Christ. Capcom is so bad at presentations. Like, this is a highlight for me. Capcom is really bad at presentations. Because, like, I don't know, man. They just don't know how to do it. At least there was the announcement of the second trilogy port for Ace Attorney, and that was cool. I've been waiting for that for a long time. But, like, everything else was just... Anyway, next... Oh, the Steam Next Fest. I'll be talking about Vemba later. House Flipper is House Flipper. It is still mid and annoying. And I like watching other people play more than I like playing it myself. I was watching a streamer that I like watching House Flipper, though. No, playing House Flipper, sorry. House Flipper 2. Because it released, like, just recently. And, the game does sound like there was a lot of care put into it. Like, there's for example, if you turn the TV on, you can watch little animation. It's really cute. And they're actually trying to put lore, which they did not try to do in the first game. But, like, girl, you are not Power Wash Simulator. Please stop. Crime O'Clock. Playing the demo. It was pretty fun. It was really hard to, like, look at things. Just, look at this. The art style is a little hard to look at, I know it's kind of the point with the game being a Where's Waldo kind of thing where you have to look for something. And that kind of stuff. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to strike a balance between intentionally making you look for things and making it not tiresome to look at. But the game itself is really cool. I like the assistance tools. I don't remember much of the demo because it's been a little while. But yeah, exactly. Very thin lines and black and white aesthetic does not help. And this, like I said, it is definitely part of the intention. They were definitely trying for something with this. It just didn't work very much. Little kitty, big city. This game has a little kitty and it has a big city, so it delivers on both things that it sets out to do. But the demo felt a little bit directionless sometimes, and there was a bit where the cat was like, you had to like kick a little football to the goal. There was no reward from this, just like a little, hey, go, kind of little cutscene. Not cutscene, animation. There was no real reward from that. It was just funny. But it was really unnecessarily hard to do as the little kitty. Anyway. Sticky Business. Sticky Business was pretty cool. I could make it a lesbian frog. And yeah, I saw Jenna Steber playing the full game. It was pretty charming. It still didn't have a substance though, but it sure was fun. The Now Town demo taught me how to say cheese grater and soap in Japanese. So I think that's a win for the game. I thought it was pretty fun and pretty intuitive. And as someone, I'm learning Japanese. Watashi wa mada heta desu. Sumimasen. And I really struggle with vocabulary. Vocabulary is something that I struggle the most in Japanese language. And this game really helped me, what's it called? Really helped me exercise my vocabulary bone. Which reminds me of Shashingo, which is a game that's coming up specifically for learning Japanese, from like taking you into this open world and taking pictures of stuff, hence shashin, which means photograph. I'm really excited to play that one too, see if it helps my Japanese any. Oh, I forgot to tell you, cheese grater in Japanese, oroshigane. Soap in Japanese, sekken. I thank the Nowtown demo for that. Thank you. Viewfinder was pretty fun. I enjoyed the demo. I still feel really stupid whenever I play puzzle games. But it made me really motion sick, so I couldn't even finish the demo, is the thing. So, like, it's not for me, that's for sure. But I really liked it. It was really fun. So, yeah, I think you should give it a look. What? For my definitely real fortuate analysis / retrospective, I'm counting on forcing him to interview she and SB. Honestly, like, if I reach a serviceable level of Japanese, this kind of shit is exactly what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm learning Japanese because I want to be a games journalist, and I think it would be pretty fun to speak Japanese for that. And also just because I enjoy Japanese stuff. Anyway. The Nintendo Direct, this was the one that Lucky really hated, I think. Which was kind of a boring Direct, personally. But, like, I know it's hard to evaluate Directs because we are video game fans, and what we care most about is if there's something in it for us specifically. So, you know, it is. I don't know, the other Direct was good because it had Otokoyaku Peach, okay? Like, shut up. Anyway, we as gamers analyze the worth of presentations like this based on if there was something that we personally wanted to see. So yeah, I can be happy for the. I did not know you had that capability, Volt. Anyway, sorry, I'm just being mean. I have seen the Calling Ballinger apology video on Clone Hero. He sure did. Do you guys want me to force you to watch the Calling Ballinger apology video BNFC'd? Because I can pull that up. Would you like me to pull that up? Would you like me to pull that up? No? Okay! Let's watch a whole movie together. Why don't we? Yeah.
A couple of days ago, some bastard Freebirds movie put out a chart of the Colleen Ballinger ukulele apology. So what I'm gonna do is play it because I said I would. This is 10 minutes. I gotta put on my read settings. Sorry about the poor quality of the chart, but if I had to listen to this quote-unquote song one more time, I was going to lose it. Why is this 10 minutes, man?
Welcome to my stream, everybody.
What on earth? What? Wait, hold on. Wait, there's that many people who played it already? Hold on. Okay. Let me get the, let's get 50 opacity, I guess.
He's left-handed, just like me. Okay, that's a joke. I'm not gonna put you up to this, but I will play the music.
You did lyrics with the syllables and everything?
No! Get out of here. Okay. Let me put the thing that I wanted to put. Oh, I spoiled it there for a hot second. Sorry. Yeah. Well, let's put on some chill music while we discuss. Why did it stop? Oh, my headphones are being weird again. Okay. Okay, this one will be in the front, in the ranking. You'll be in the ranking too, Buster. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Is there? That I cut from the thread. From the ranking. Oh, the Game Awards. Every year, I watch the Game Awards in full. Since 2017, I sit down and I watch the presentation. Stop pausing. I sit down and I watch the presentation because I like watching the Game Awards because, you know, they announce games in it. And this year, I did not make it to the end. Why are you stopping? Sorry, my headphones are fucking weird and they have this problem. I think I'll just take the headphones off then. I'm a genius. Like, wow, I should have done this before. I don't have a disorder that normal people don't, okay? I just watch the Game Awards, which is maybe a disorder that normal people don't have because normal people don't sit every year to watch the Game Awards. Anyway, as I related in Fred, I just fucking left and went to sleep because it was really boring. And like, I know I dogged on Chris Judge's 8-minute speech, as did everybody. Was it 8 minutes or was it longer than that? I think it was 8 minutes. Anyway, I know nobody liked that, but like, giving them 30 fucking seconds to talk about how nice it was that they won, while you give, you know, Kojima and Jordan Peele like fucking 6 minutes to jerk each other off on stage. Come on! Come on! Jason Schreier, the patron saint of my research that I did this year, wrote an article about this, short little article. And he said basically this same thing, that like, you know, for a show that is supposedly about celebrating the industry, like, why are you giving the fucking Baldur's Gate guys 30 seconds to talk about how happy they are that they won Game of the Year? Why are you like announcing categories like lightning fast? Like, oh, hey, by the way, Honkai Star Rail won Best Mobile Game, and stuff like that. You're making this more about game than awards, and by game I mean announcements. Like, we all know that people only watch the Game Awards for announcements and don't care about the judgment of those people. I sure as fuck don't. Ever since that one beautiful day in 2017, where they said, who should be up for GOTY? Should we nominate Nier Automata? No! Let's put a game that's been on open beta and is not gonna, you know, have the 1.0 release in time for the fucking game. Sorry. I am so mad about their decisions that my paper that I graduated with is about how The Last of Us shouldn't have won Game of the Year in 2020. Yeah, anyway. It just became a really commercial show. The Game Awards is a disorder, that is true. But yeah, you know, I don't consider myself particularly cynical on these types of presentations. Like, I enjoyed the Nintendo Direct, look, you didn't. and I normally give the benefit of the doubt for a lot of things. My hating game is inconsistent, I'm sorry. But anyway, this sucked. This was disgusting. It is even more disgusting after I am quote unquote I've become like a quote unquote scholar on this. It just sucks. It just sucks. I didn't like it. And also, like, I saw people on Twitter saying, wow, why aren't the Game Awards talking about the mass layoffs in the industry? Or, crunch culture, which they never talk about. It's because they will never talk about this stuff. This is not a celebration of the industry like they so desperately claim it is. The Game Awards are a celebration of corporations and capitalism and selling you products. They will never talk about crunch. They will never talk about Palestine. They will never talk about layoffs. They just won't. Because Jeff Keighley is a fucking pussy and I expect to beat his ass in a fucking McDonald's parking lot whenever you so please, you bitch. Luciano Huck do caralho. Anyway. I think this is the last thing that I refrained from adding to the thread. Let's see. Hi, trolls. Hi, trolls. Hi, trolls. Yup. That is the last. So, with after my declaration of war on Jeff Keighley, I am ready to move on. And finally, after half an hour of talking, over half an hour really, we are finally ready to begin the ranking proper. So first is the Knives Out duology. I thought they were really cool. I thought they were really cool movies. I liked Glass Onion a little better than the first one, even though Glass Onion will most blatantly age badly, as Loki has put it. But in my opinion, in my onion, if you will, I think this will make the movie just a little more camp, which is fun and good because I like camp. Fuck you, Loki. Anyway, the first movie was pretty good too. I forget. I rewatched Glass Onion sort of recently, but I didn't rewatch Knives Out. I watched Glass Onion total 3 times and Knives Out twice because I watched it with my parents too. I watched both of them with my parents. And I don't know what to say. Benoit Blanc is funny. I don't know what to tell you, man. I think if you haven't watched Knives Out or Glass Onion, you should watch both movies. Oh, fuck. Because they're both pretty good. These rankings will just be done in order of me engaging with them. They won't be ranked on like, oh, I like this better than this. So it's not a sliding scale, it's just a time scale. Volt says, anyways, I recommend you reading other Agatha Christie stories if you like the sense of humor in these movies. They stand up pretty faithfully as homages to her work, alongside the works of many other mystery novelists, obviously. Yeah, I should probably read something by Agatha Christie someday. Just out of my love for the mystery genre. Anyway. We are now talking about Pussy Boobs 2. I did not watch Pussy Boobs 1, but I thought Pussy Boobs 2 was pretty good. It was a very fun movie. It has, of course, the fabled, realistic depiction of a panic attack, which a lot of people clowned on, but, I don't really understand why it was clowned on this badly, because it was a realistic depiction of a panic attack. What the fuck can I say? But yeah, I thought the movie was well constructed. The characters were interesting. It juggles its cast very well. The conclusion was satisfying. I like it when kids' movies, they seem very they seem like there's just one possible direction that they could go, but they surprise you and they just do other things, and obviously, post-pandemic, the reflection about death and being scared of death generally is something that is really poignant. Personally, the pandemic really ignited my anxiety about the topic that I have had for a long time. It's not a new thing, but, being surrounded by so much news of death, and being stuck in your house does not do much for you in your noggin, I have found. And this movie is a cool reflection on that. Also, I watched the Brazilian dub for this. There are 2 facts about the Brazilian dub that I thought would be cool to share with you today. Number 1, the guy who voices Death in the original is Wagner Moura. He is a very popular Brazilian actor. He played Pablo Escobar in Narcos, if you've watched that. I think. I'm pretty sure that was him. But he does not voice Death in the Brazilian dub, which is what I watched. And that was funny. And 2, did you know there is a scene? I do not remember the context of that scene. I think he's talking to the bears and Goldilocks. I think, but like there is a scene where I was told that in the original cut of the movie, Perrito cusses at a couple characters, and when he cusses is bleeped out. The Brazilian dub in this movie for children does not bleep the cursing out. He cusses at you. He says a word that apparently it's contentious whether this word is a cuss word or not. He says bosta, which means shit. But a lot of people just don't say that it's cussing. I have seen this word in other kids' media, like the second Harry Potter book. And I was always told that it was a cuss word. So when I saw that in the kids' book, I was like, maybe I'm too young to read this book. I was like that as a kid. Sorry. Anyway. Pochita! That's his name. Anyway, yeah. And it was a really fun movie. DreamWorks Animations, I will be talking about Trolls later. They're really good, I just find. And then there's Baba Files Texas. It was a funny little game. That's Baba from Baba Is You. I think it was the same guy. I hope it was the same guy. I hope this is canon. You're just Baba, and you're filing taxes. And actually, the story is that Baba cannot read, so you have to file Baba's taxes for it. Then, she, her, he, it, neopronouns. Whatever. I don't know what Baba identifies us. Yeah, like Sissa from Ghost Trick. Exactly, Cat. And it's a funny little novelty game. It's of course not very deep. It's just all gag game, like Tax Heaven, which we'll be talking about later. So I'll just put it in. It looks fine because it's fun. I, Tanya. I watched this movie. This movie was great. Like multiple times during the course of this movie, I had to pause it because I was so angry. Like. This movie is a story about horrible people doing horrible things, and it does not sugarcoat what it is, which I really appreciate. It's really funny. There was a moment in this movie where I was like, wow, this movie should really have the song The Chain by Fleetwood Mac playing, and then cut to a couple scenes later, that's exactly what they did. Because The Chain is a song about messy relationships. So it really fit. It was a really good one. I think Baba's pronouns are ba. Oh no! No! Baba's pronouns are yours! See? I am so funny, it hurts me. Anyway, I, Tanya, I recommend you watch that. If you're like me and you get mad at stuff very easily, I recommend you take your time with it. But it was really great. Margot Robbie is a really good actress that is always typecast into playing insane women, and I think that's her calling. Like Tanya Harding, Harley Quinn, Barbie, I guess. We'll talk about Barbie later. Yeah, she's good. The Cooks. I had not heard. I had heard this album before. I had listened to this album before, but it was a long time ago, and I did a re-listen this year, so I put it here. There is a couple of reiterations. Specifically, Let's Go Sunshine by the Cooks, Katamari Damashi Roll, and Stardew Valley. These three things. Oh, Nimona too. The Nimona comic. These four things I have engaged with in the past, but it was so long ago that giving them a second go and like, oh, this little game I played when I was a kid too, so it counts. It was also long ago that it felt fair to put them in the thread and talk about them again. Anyway, this album, like, it's a weird album because it's like if you have too much of candy that is like really, really sweet and like you enjoy the taste, but like having repeated goes of it just makes it kind of, tired and kind of stale. What I'm saying is I like this album, but like in moderation, because I found when I put the songs from it on my regular playlist, I got tired of them very easily. So yeah, it ended up diminishing my experience of the album overall, which is why I am using again a tier from last year and saying, how about mid main? Because you're smoking mid. sorry, the Cooks. Okay, next up, Tunic. I did not put Tunic in my last year tier list because I was still playing it. I think I briefly mentioned Tunic last year. But yeah, this year I finally finished it. And it was pretty good. Like, I had to play with God mode on because I am really bad at video games. But unlike, say, Celeste... Oh no, it wasn't Celeste where I felt patronized by God mode. There was a game that I played that where like putting it on God mode made me feel really patronized. I do not remember which one it was, but I didn't really get that feeling of Tunic. Like, I felt like putting on God mode was just more for me to be like, okay, I can enjoy the game and not worry about dying. Yippee! I tried playing without it, and then I realized that it was really bad, so I put it on. That's the story. It's a very charming little game that like really respects the places that it comes from, which is why everybody has praised the in-game manual that is meant to like emulate this kind of stuff that you saw in NES games. This game is like clearly based off of the first couple Zelda games. And it has like this deep respect for its own legacy that I really, really enjoyed. And at the same time, at some points, I felt like because of having God mode, I couldn't like enjoy it fully. Which is kind of weird and unfair, maybe. Because like, it's like if I had a disability aid, because it helps me navigate the world. And if it made me feel like shit for having to have this thing, like, it's like glasses, Personally, I am, like, blind as a fucking bat with my glasses. I'm just saying shit right now. But yeah. Tunic was great. Tunic was really great. I just maybe felt sometimes like I wasn't a real gamer because I couldn't play without God mode on. Which is kind of sad and not true, but it is what it is. And the next up is a double feature of sorts, because I read these two back to back. Crushed, which is an interpretative journalism piece at The Activist. I kept getting ads for it on Tumblr, so I just caved. It's a story about, like, pretty much a children's hype house of child entertainers that made like internet videos, and how like a very controlling, momager, as they call them, mom manager, like kind of shaped the lives of these children, was just really awful to them, and even outright abusive. But like, the kids are in a position, like, very kid kind of position, that like, the specific mom that this text focuses on, her child is distant because he thinks that she's jealous and that she just wants his money and stuff like that, but she's like genuinely worried about his well-being, hanging out with all those child stars, and they're like the main mom, really like controlling person, reigns over those children, makes inappropriate sexual comments around those children, and like, I'm a real gamer because I complain about the gaming industry. Thank you. That's my job. Anyway, this was probably about Tunic. But yeah, this article was like a very harrowing read, of course, for its subject matter. And I'll be damned if I don't enjoy some, interpretive, long-form journalism. When I read this stuff, it kind of makes me feel alive in a professional sense, because I just read these stories and I'm like, whoa, this is what journalism is about. and I do not remember the author's name. I put it in the thread somewhere. Give me a little. Let me go through the thread and find it. I think it was Noah Anderson? Was it? No, Niall Capello. That's not even close. I'm sorry, Niall Capello. You did a really good job. Okay. Sorry, gang, I got that named. You ignore that. Anyway, this was a really, really good read. And I paired it with The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas by Ursula K. Le Guin. I hope that I pronounced the name right. I did a pronunciation check before the stream, and I think this is correct. This is how Ursula K. said it. And more like Ursula Slay Le Guin, everybody. Because these two back-to-back, they were very thematically linked in that they are both stories about, like, people that are doing well for themselves at the expense of the suffering of a child, specifically a child. And like, anybody who tries to whistleblow on the child's suffering, or like tries to break the child free from that, is seen as a villain because of like essentially sacrificing the well-being of others for the well-being of a child that, the narration outlines. This child may not even understand the good that you are doing to them by, breaking them free from the essentially the torture chamber that they have been placed in. Because Omelas is a city where, like, everybody is happy, everybody, has food to eat, they lead good lives, good fulfilling lives, and this is all of the city's wealth is at the direct expense of a suffering child that they keep in a basement. And like, they are like, when they reach a certain age, the people of Omelas, they kind of meet the child, and they're taught to not pity it, because it is because of this child's suffering that you have such a good life. And like, there's this sense of condemning, helping this one child because everybody else will be fucked if you do. Which is something that shows up in the real story of Crushed, I think. Oh hey, it's Star Wars Samba. We'll be talking about that later. And yeah, it's a really good short story. But the funniest thing about the blog where I read The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas on was that I scrolled down to the comments thinking, wow, this was a really good story. Maybe I'll see people, talking about the themes and the moral discussions that it brings to the table. No! The comments were full of teenage girls saying, BTS made me read this. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? But it's true. If you Google BTS Summerless, they did. They referenced the short story in their fucking video clip. Like, that's fucking insane. And like, I told this to my friend, and my friend Robin / Corn, my good friend Corn, said, whatever gets the kids reading like when, I guess. And I think that's the ultimate conclusion. You know, look, all Melissa's canon to BTS lore. Who fucking cares anymore, you know? And now we get to the JoJo bits. Right off the bat, I'm putting both of these in unfinished. I did not finish JoJo Lands, and I did not finish CDDH. Like, I don't know where I stopped with JoJo Lands. I know where I stopped with CDDH. It was the last chapter that had been published, and it's the one with Kakyoin. That's why Kakyoin is here. And JoJo Lands been shaping up to be a pretty fun story so far. I like Jodio because he's very 15-year-old. And I like Dragona because they got gender, but, you know, I don't trust Tadaki's right like Dragona at all. Oopsie. Anyway, also Rohan's there. Hi, Rohan. And the cat, the fucked up little cat. I'm gonna resume reading the JoJo Lands when I get off stream, I think. I'm gonna get caught up. As for Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak, I think that Yoko Kakyoin is one of the best JoJo characters of all time because she is literally just like me. Yes, me too, girl. When I was young, I saw Kakyoin and I was like, that is who I want to become. And so, you know, the name Hiero comes directly from him and stuff. Just last week, it was the 4-year anniversary of me starting to use the name Hiero in a social capacity. So there's that. That's fun. And like this chapter of her like going to the Shadow Realm or something and meeting Kakyoin in there, just in the moment where, you know, Darby steals his soul. And they have a little talk, and she tells him how proud she is of him and how much she admires him. And, like, he comes to terms with his own weakness, and he says, no, I wasn't alone because of my stand. I was alone because I was a coward. And, like, I thought that was a really interesting realization for Kakyoin to have. I still really love his character. Like, it's been like 6 or 7 years? No, 6, right? Could you hear the gears in my head turning? Because I just counted on my fingers. It's been 6 years since I became a Kakyoin fan. And his appearance in CDH was very good and fulfilling. I did not say fuckable cat, I said fucked up cat. That's what I said. Anyway. I am not like that. We move on to the next entry, which is The Swimmers. The Swimmers is a movie that I watched with my parents. It is about 2 swimmers, yes. They are both from Syria. And they are escaping the country because, you know, war and stuff. And it's based on a true story about these 2 swimmer sisters. One of them, Yusra Madini, that's her name. She was in the Olympics swimming for the refugee team. And the movie is a story about how she got there. Her sister eventually decided not to. She was also a swimmer, but like she did others. She like came into contact with an NPO's work while she was going like to, I think it was Germany that they ended up in. And like she just goes on her own path and Yusra makes it to the Olympics. It's a good movie, but like I just felt really bad for the cousin, which is not a real character. He was like an allegorical character representing people who, you know, they get to move out of the situation, but like they don't find the same success that Yuzura and her sister did. So they're just kind of fucked. But yeah, it was a good movie. It was a pretty good movie. Just this bit with a cousin. I think it was intentionally disappointing because like not everybody wins. Not everybody can win. I think it was very responsible of the movie to say that and be like, you don't. Not every refugee is inspiration porn success story. Some people are just fucked. Anyway, I watched Goku Shufudo season 2, and just like last year, it was fine. I have the same talking points as last year, which are that the animation style was weird. They went for motion comic over anime. So like it's just like lifted straight up from the panels, and there's very little in the way of actual animation. But the source material is really good. It's really funny, and I really like the manga. So I think if you want to engage with the story of Goku Shufudo, I think the anime is a fair enough way of doing it. It's fine. And it still retains the same funny beats as the manga. So yeah, there's that. And now, this is the album that we have been listening to, Masayoshi Takanaka's Brazilian Skies, which was really poignant to me to find and listen to, because like, this album's from like 74, 78. Just seeing someone from a different culture that takes a look at yours and goes like, whoa, this is beautiful, and I'm gonna make art that homages it. And something as groovy as what is playing to you right now, I think there's some beauty in that. I love how much, Japanese people really do love Brazilian music. This will show in Katamari as well. There's a lot of inspiration from samba and stuff. And I think, hearing something like this is what reminds us that, like, our cultures are beautiful, and there's a lot of people that find value in them, even if we might take them for granted. So, thank you, Takanaka-san. This was a very good listen. Next up is my replay of Katamari Damacy Reroll. I replayed it because it was on sale on the Switch, and it was really cheap. So I got it for myself. I had played it on Game Pass, and I had a forcibly aborted playthrough of it on Switch because I was borrowing from a person that I stopped talking to. It's still good. It's Katamari, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you are not immune to Big Fucking Ball. I think it's the game. It has been poised as like a commentary on consumerism, which of course it is, and also the kind of villain protagonist that you are by being a guy that just swallows up entire cities and people and eventually countries of the world. Which is really funny when you think the premise is that you're making new stars, and then in the credits you just roll up, every single territory on planet Earth, which is really funny. So you are doing all of this in service of a much greater thing. I think it also connects with the stories that I read that are right next to it, but I don't know how much of my day I want to spend today poring over analysis of Katamari Damacy, even though Nuance analysis was a bullet point for promoting the stream. But yeah, Katamari is really good, and if you play Katamari, you will understand. The soundtrack is banging too. My dad was mean about it though. Fire Emblem Engage! Okay. This is my first GOTY contender. Fire Emblem Engage is a very funny game. It's a very divisive sort of game. Because, like, the thing about Engage is that It's not free houses. It is not free houses. That's a thing that it's not. And I think that's what makes the game good. Precisely that. And like, narratively, it is lighter and does not have the same ambitions of like, you know, talking politics and making a commentary on like racism. You know, Fire Emblem Free Houses has some real problems with that. At the same time, I didn't really like the Somme people because their designs were ostensibly just like white people with very tan skin. Especially Queen Sephoria, like that was just a white woman with dark skin. Hello, I don't know who you are, but hello. Written by Kitajima? What the fuck? What? You're Cooler. Hi, Cooler. I put my beverages on you sometimes. Are you telling me that Engage was written by... Oh, wow. That's so cool. One of the guys that wrote 428. But yeah, the story, well, cliched because it's Fire Emblem, goddammit. There were some really compelling beats. My favorite is the story arc with the 4 hounds that are like, you know, Vault, this one goes out to you. Fire Emblem Engage is a story about fucked up people too, so drop that down. And it really shows. Because one of the main characters from the story, I will not review who because that's a spoiler, they have a mother figure who is just really abusive and shitty, and just like, when I say abusive, I mean physically, emotionally, all kinds except sexual. She's just horrible. And at the end of the game, this character regards this mother figure as like a good person and thanks her for everything that she's done for them. And like, at the same time, the game will tell you that the reason that this character is willing to forgive all of that horrible shit is because they literally don't know what love is. Like, in a non-abusive scenario, all of the 4 hounds are fucked up people who have fucked up relationships with love. Except for Mavier. Mavier is just normal. Shout out to Mavier. The most normal guy ever. But anyway, it's a very interesting thing that they do with these characters. The rest of the cast does not generally get this treatment of like, you know, they're mostly stock characters. They're meat for the grinder mostly. There's not that kind of character writing going on with them. Yunaka is Yunaka. She is very funny and interesting. Like, her whole deal, even if it's very gimmicky, I really love Yunaka. She's just a fun person to be around, you know? I don't understand what you're talking about, so bye. That's so sad. Is this how Loki felt when he was talking about Higurashi? But yeah, I recommend you take a look at Fire Emblem Engage. You will find some problems with it, like, as I said, the characters, there's just too many fucking characters. Like, it's dizzying. And if you're playing like on casual to get to know everybody, it is a bit of a task. Also, there's an old woman who likes fishing. I think she was a cool character, Saphir. And like, it's very anime, very ostensibly anime, from character design to story beats. It's very shonen anime, and if that's not your thing, you will rightfully get turned down by it. Also, this game is special to me because it marks the first time where I played with the male protagonist instead of the female protagonist, because I thought the female was uglier, and that's just not a thing that happens with me at all. Like, even though That's not how I identify as anymore. I just always pick the female character because the male character design is boring. And I love my sweet little weed man. Anyway. Tax Heaven 3000. It was fine. It was funny. I stole a line of it for a fanfic that Lucky liked. It's a novelty game like Baba Faust Taxes. Like there's nothing much. Also, it is not in fact stealing your data because you can play this game offline. Like, also I just put like the most bullshit of information. I have my tax return right here and I can show it to you. The tax return that the game generated for me. It will not call you out if you just do bullshit. Wait. Let me open it with Firefox so you can see. I saved the PDF. As you can see, the main character. The plot of this game is really funny too, because like, this game is ostensibly about how, you know, TurboTax sucks, which is a company that in America supposedly, you know, files your tax return for you. And she just hates them, and that's why the game exists, so people don't have to overpay to do something that they can essentially do for free. And this funny little anime character is guiding you through it. It has a very noble purpose for a gimmick game, I think. Also, it says I live in Ohio because when they asked me where I live, I just wrote Undertale, Ohio. Anyway. Her name is Iris because IRS. And she uses Lisa Frank stickers. And you can look at her diary. And then she tells me about taxes. And you can see here my tax return, see? My full name, my address, my social security number. Oh no. Yet another pink haired iris. Yeah, they make a lot of those. See, it says IRA. That means Invincible Rainbow Arrow. You also have my phone number and my email address, melon@kumakuraoffice.com. If you send emails to that, I will not answer them because that's not a real address. And then it asked me to send a file of like my tax returns from 2021. And then I sent, oh, I forgot my school. Gay School for Gays. In True Lab, in Hotland, Undertale, Ohio. And I just made up a bunch of numbers. And then my tax return for last year was just the Paradise Killer art book that I got from Itch.io. It's a very good art book. I love dice. Did you know that she was based off of Lisa from JoJo? You've learned something today. Take it with you. Thank you for not doxing me. We're not gonna go over the entire art book, but if anybody here wants the art book, I can give you the PDF. Anyway. Oh, that's another GOTY candidate. Octopath Traveler 2, baby. I'm gonna do as Lucky did. And we'll go over it like... No! Actually, I think Octo 2 deserves its section. You know, there is one way that I refer to Octopath 2 when I'm talking to people about this game. And the sentence that I use is, Octopath 2 is a game that is in love with humankind. And that is something that shows up very frequently across the entire game and the stories, because all of the stories, they're just like, you know, loving your fellow man, doing right by your fellow man, crushing capitalism. Like the power of art, and the power of truth, and these very humane values that just about anyone should take for themselves. And they make up these really poignant stories. These really, these really sweet tales, really. We all know Casti Chapter 3. Casti Chapter 3 is a story about love. Casti's story is a story about love, Love of your fellow person. And love of, just life generally. And Octo 2 is what I consider to be the perfect sequel. Every single thing about the first Octopath is improved upon severely, in such a way that I really do recommend that you play Octo 1 before 2. It's not like the two are linked in the main story. There are a couple side stories and references to the first game. You don't necessarily need to know that story to play Octo 2, but I strongly recommend you play 1 first anyway, because if you try to go back to it, you will find that Octo 2 is just better. Objectively. Mechanically, there's QOL. The level design is much better. It's much more intuitive. I really love the level design of FA. The stories are more nuanced and more, more well crafted. The Octo 1 stories were fun, but they were just fun, personally. I really liked Octo 1 though. It was a really great game. But Octo 2 is just, more and better. And we will be talking about it a little more later. But just say that I don't think I'll be holding many surprises. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog was my first Sonic game. And it was really cool. I'm a murder mystery fan. And I said before that I wouldn't play a Sonic game. I don't see myself playing a Sonic game. Not because of any issue with quality or reputation of the franchise. It's just because it makes me motion sick. I have a weird motion sickness problem with games, so I'd have to miss out on this franchise. So I'm really glad that they made a visual novel for me, because I really got to meet these characters and understand why people liked them so much. The writing is very funny. It's very witty, very sweet. And the scenario, just the murder setup and stuff, it was really interesting. So yeah, it's a short game. I completed it in, let's look at my Steam log, actually. It was one play session. I played it during April Fool's, which is when it was released. And for a joke game, it is so lovingly crafted. The runner levels were kind of whatever, but that's not my area. I just set them to easy. Just leave me alone, That's not what I'm here for. Well, if I look to my Steam account, I will find that this game is 3.4 hours long. Almost 3.5 hours long. At least for me it was. Hi! Anyway, yeah, Sonic got shot in Miami. And that's really sad. And his girlfriend is very happy that he did. But yeah. Oh, Takanaka's over. Let's put on a very silly playlist that will tickle your brain. Let's leave that playing. So yeah. Short game. Good game. Funny game. Very pretty game. I picked The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Let me show to you. Well, actually not. I'll show that to you later on stream because it spoils my game of the year. You might already know what my game of the year is because I talked about it on Twitter. But I'll just leave that for later. But I put this one up for best art direction. Paranormal Side. That's another GOTY contender that we get to talk about. Paranormal Side is really good. It's been a long time since I've seen like a mystery game that's so like intricately written, and I felt really smart because this is the kind of game that you keep a notepad to go and play. I kept physical notes. I would show my notes, but they have spoilers, obviously. But like, it was very worthwhile to do that. The characters were really fun. They are very like cookie cutter kind of archetypes, like Lucky described them. You have the buddy cop duo, you have the high school girls, you have the normal guy and his weird little love interest that he wants to impress, and he impresses her by killing a bunch of people. And it's just a very fun time. I don't know how to properly... You can notice that whenever I talk about something mystery, I get kind of weird when I talk about it and just kind of go over the same points. This is because I'm trying really hard not to, talk too much about it. One thing I would say that I did not like about Paranormal Side, though, was the ending. The ending was very rushed. It really shows that, like, they did not have the appropriate budget to do this game. Because the ending, they just kind of rushed through things, and it was not very satisfying. And I just, if I can wish for anything regarding this game, I will choose to wish for a director's cut of some sort, where they can really have their time to fully realize their vision, because there is a character who gets like a sprite and a character sheet, and they just never appear in the narrative. Nobody talks to them directly, they just talk of them. And like, I thought it was very clear that they wanted this character to be present and just didn't have the time. But yeah, Paranormal Side, really good game. It's about folklore and murder and Yuri. There's a lot of Yuri, straight Yuri, and also Old Man Yaoi. There is some insane Old Man Yaoi in Paranormal Side between two characters. Like, oh my god. If I may read to you an excerpt of one of their scenes together. Let me grab my thread where I commented this game live as I played it. Here. They say, Character A. Huh? Do I know you? I could swear I've seen you somewhere before. Character 2. Afraid you ain't gonna charm anyone that tired old line, sir. Not even the soul timer. Character A. Playing hard to get, eh? My mistake. Did I say character 2 and not character B? Whatever. And then there's a scene about, would you love your wife if she was a worm? And he would not love his wife, in fact, if she was a worm. So there's that. Yeah, there is an off-screen old woman pulling the strings. You know what they say, Lucky? The Kumakura episode is a fanfic. Anyway, Needy Girl Overdose. I ended up, like I said, I ended up dropping this game because the gameplay loop was really tiring after a point, and I just didn't want to go for every ending anymore. But it was really fun. Like, Ame, the game's only character, pretty much, because like, there's two characters. There is her, Ame/Kenjo, and there is P-chan, which is your player character. P can stand for a couple of things like producer or partner. And you have no gender specified, which makes Ame a pansexual queen. And like, this is just having a really fucked up person that you're dating simulator. It was a very hard game to play in long sessions because it was really disturbing. In that, like, it was this very up-close psychological analysis of Ame-chan and fucked up things that she does, and She's very hard to please. You get a couple endings where like she cheats on you even though you're doing everything right, or she just quits streaming even though you're also doing everything right. And she's very fickle. She's very unstable, and she's a very fun character, I think, because like I did not think of her as fetishized or anything. Like, oh wow, pussy from an insane girl, haha, or anything weird like that. No, I just thought she was interesting to hang around. Even though, like, she's constantly making horrible choices for herself and for the people around her. And the game is about taking her to several extremes. And it's just nice. Again, I am kind of tiptoeing when I try to talk about this game because I don't want to spoil anything. And it's an experience that I think you are better off having on your own. But also, please, please, please tread carefully because this game is a content warning on its own. Yeah, I recommend you look up content warnings for this one if you plan on taking a look. But it was pretty good. Okay, next up is Imagine Salon Stylist, which was a game that I felt nostalgic for one day because I really liked it when I was a kid. And, you know, the Imagine series is like a lot of shovelware that was all published under the Imagine name. I watched a video recently about it, and apparently the other games are nothing like this one. They're like different games. Some of them are like Japanese games that get localized as part of the Imagine series, even though they have nothing to do with it. And like, yeah, the Imagine series is more of a concept than something cohesive. And Salon Stylist is apparently one of the better ones of the bunch, according to the YouTuber that I watched. And even then, I thought that it was kind of repetitive and kind of boring. Like, for one, there are almost there are no black hairstyles at all, as expected for a game of this era. Like, there are characters who are black, but they all have straight hair, conveniently enough, because they didn't want to model all this stuff. Like, a lot of its shortcomings stem from, like, the fact that Ubisoft did not fucking care about this game, you know? They just went on their Imagine title, and they wanted a different power fantasy for the little girls. So, like, it's a game that I really loved as a child, and I tried to give it the same, you know, the same heartful look that I had in the first time, but, like, just couldn't do it, man. It was really bad. And I think Baby Me deserved better than this. Anyway, Exomelanist, that's what I call it. I was a teenage exocolonist. That's another GOTY contender right there. We're a 4 out of 6, maybe. What's the other ones that I put up? Oh, I know. Okay, I'll talk about them when I talk about them. Do I put Imagine Salon Stylist as an anti-GOTY contender? Was it that bad? I think it was just regular bad. Yeah, Exocolonist is a very fun game. You play as, of course, a teenage exocolonist. You start out at 10 years old, and your goal is to make it to 20. And it's a really sweet game. It is a deck builder. I am notoriously a deck builder hater. I really don't like the genre. I do not know why. I have a weird prejudice against them. But I played this one not knowing beforehand it was a deck builder, and I had a really good time with it. The characters are all very nice. I really liked engaging with them. Even the ones that are like blatantly written to be dicks, like Vase, for example. Vase is very fun because he's fucked up. And a big part of this game is its politics. And while it got a little preachy a couple times, like the bit where they like, what's it called? They like redesigned Thanksgiving and strongly imply that like the way we do Thanksgiving is better because it's not racist. And I was like, okay. But yeah, I compared this game to Arcade Spirits 2 in the preachiness of its politics, but in a flirting versus harassment kind of way, in that the preachiness of Exocolonists did not bother me. I thought it was like very integral to it, especially because this game actually gives you the opportunity to play as one of the fascists. They're openly called fascists in the game. Like, it's the quasi-military government that gets in the game at a certain point, and you can join them if you want. And it's miserable. And the game will show you it is miserable to be a fascist. You know, it is miserable to live in constant war with nature, because that's what a lot of the game is about, you know, you are a colonial, you're a settler colonial, and you have to wrestle with this fact a lot in the game. And it's miserable because you are constantly living in a what they call a war on nature, because you have to like kill shit and be horrible to sustain your own lifestyle. And you can find better alternatives to this, but you can also just straight up commit genocide just to, you know, carve your own place in the world as you feel, the one that you feel that you deserve. And it leads to very interesting discussions. Something that they did that I thought was really good is the arc of Anemone. Anemone is a character that you meet as a child. She's one of your little friends. And like, after a certain incident, she becomes just more and more jaded. She used to be really sweet and really fun-loving as a kid. You think of like Naranja from JoJo or Hagumi from Bandori. These were the characters that I most compared her to. Or Akane from Danganronpa even. But like, she grows more and more jaded due to personal loss. And she slowly but surely becomes a fascist. And it's like heartbreaking to see this, you know, very close friend that you have, this person that is really near and dear to you, just like slowly fall victim to fascist rhetoric because of this personal loss. And you can intervene and give her a better life. You can choose to date her. All of the kids that you meet as a child, you grow up with them together and you can eventually date them. It's very nice, very sweet. Like, watching these people grow is very nice. The entire game just gives me the feeling of being a child once more. It was a really good play. I recommend Exocolonist to everybody. Wait, what was the interesting thing to know? Like, what did I say of weird? Because I just kept talking, and I just kept like, I was a teenage policeman prodigy. Oh yeah. Oh, it was the Thanksgiving thing, right? Yeah, like, as I said, game's a little preachy, but I think it works in its favor. It really does. Like, it puts you can choose to go. Oh, the fascism. Yeah, you can choose to be in the shoes of a fascist if you so wish, and it is all for the best. Because like, it puts you in this position to show you how miserable it is. I recommend everybody give Exocolonist a shot. It is one of the best games I've played this year. Oh, I can't believe we're doing this! I had completely forgotten that 12 minutes was up next. No, you're not understanding the fascist thing. Like, I say it's for the best because, like, when you roleplay as the fascist, you understand why it's so sad to be a fascist, you know? Like, the game does not condone fascism. Oh my god, it does it! Like the entire point of the game is fascism is bad and evil. Oh my god. Anyway, with that much out of the way, we can go to 12 minutes, which, I just talked about GOTY contender. So, to balance things out, we should talk about an anti-GOTY contender. Jesus Christ, this was bad. Like, I'm not even getting into the, objectionable storyline that it, chooses to go headfirst for. I'm not even gonna talk about that. It just is bad. It's a bad game. I like a time loop. I like a time loop every now and then. But like, this game is not a time loop. It's a fucking looping Scooby-Doo corridor. Like, it's just tiresome and bad. And I didn't play it myself. I watched RT gameplay it. A couple of these games. Which ones? 12 minutes. The Peppa Pig games. Which else? Ghost Trick, I guess technically, because I watched Luki play it. The DRA games. Never 7. American Arcadia. And also Bem Feito, which is a Brazilian game. All of these I watched someone else play, didn't play them myself. But I put them. But I put them here because, like, I watched them all, so I experienced them. Fuck you. Yeah, it is incest, Luki. You are correct. I am talking about incest. This is, like, not just spoil 12 minutes, but I don't respect this game enough to not spoil it. One of the big twists is that your wife is your sister or something. And, like, I am saying this to not have you go through having to play this, because not only is there incest, it's just really boring. Like, it's just offensively boring, and they are wasting the star power that it has. Like, James McAvoy, Willem Dafoe, Daisy Ridley, they are all great. They do not deserve to be in this game, because it's bad. Like, I don't like incest already, but you know what I like even less than incest? Boring incest. So don't play this. Honkai Star Rail, on the other hand. Star Rail, I actually really liked. I swore off playing Genshin Impact because it got really racist really fast. And I'm still writing an article that I'm gonna put up on my Medium eventually when I finish it, which is about how Genshin Impact is the acceptable target with the Hitly churls in a very heavier cake and eat it too kind of way than Hiero Automata did better. But anyway, this is not about Genshin Impact. I tried Star Rail just because all my friends were trying it. I liked the game enough to buy myself a March 7th sticker for my notebook. I think March is great. I love her. I like Silver Wolf too, and the cast of characters. The characters are all very cool. Mostly, it's a Hoyoverse game. But my biggest gripe with Star Rail, also, the gameplay is fun. The story I have gripes with because there's a segment in Bellowbog that is just straight up propaganda. Like, you basically are instrumental to covering up a state secret because one of the characters doesn't want to sully her mom's image by letting everybody know that, she tried to kill everyone. And I was like, my opinion, the opinion of the main character did not matter. I was forced into taking part in this. And I just didn't like that. And, like, there's a lot of propaganda, too, with the Silvermane guards, I felt. Because, like, when you're escaping from them, of course, they're bad. But, like, when you're on their side, all that is talked about is how reliable they are. And I didn't like that. I just did not like that. Something else that I don't like about Stario, you might have seen online when Silverwolf's banner first appeared, the messages where she incentivizes you to play on the gacha, and she's like, "Don't think, just pull." And there's a lot of this quote unquote humor in the game that like it's like, oh, look at how self-aware we are. We talk about how gacha is bad. We talk about how the battle pass is bad. We will have both those things. Fuck you. So it's like, it's not self-aware if you say that something is bad and you keep on doing it anyway. It's just kind of infuriating. And it diminishes my opinion of the overall game, but like, disregarding that and disregarding the problems that I have with the storyline, Stario was really fun actually. It's a game that I enjoy just sitting down and playing. But yeah, I'm gonna have to put it in pretty good just because of the objectionable stuff. Power Wash Simulator released 2 free DLC this year. Was it this year? I don't know. I played it this year, so it was this year to me. They were both fun. I don't have a lot to say about them. I love Power Wash Simulator. It's one of my favorite games. The only couple things is that like there were some spots that were hard to clean. Like they had a Midgar maquette at one of the Final Fantasy stages. I put up the picture of the Final Fantasy one, but I played the Tomb Raider one as well. It just couldn't fit. But it was fun. It was Power Wash Simulator. What can I say? It's good. Just these couple annoying things with the cleaning that kind of, knock it down a few pegs. And then I read Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart. I don't know why I did that. I just kind of sat down one day and I was like, I think I should read The Telltale Heart. And then I just looked it up and I read The Telltale Heart. And it's a fun story. It's a story about a lot of things. I think it's especially a story about like, he was annoyed by a guy's eye, so he killed him and hid his heart under his floorboards. I think it was the entire body, not just the heart, but like the heart was like beating under the floorboards and it made him go insane, which is, I think, a metaphor for the guilt he felt in doing that, and at the end of the story he turned himself in. Or at least it's implied, I don't remember. And I thought it was a fun read. Like, it's a story that's... I think I kind of struggle with, like, grasping the themes because I am not very smart. But I think that there's something in there, A metaphor for repressed homosexuality. Yeah, that could be true. When he's disgusted by the other's body and he kills him, and then he feels guilty about it. That's an interesting reading, actually. That's a good one, Walt. Thank you. So yeah, it was an interesting tale. Like, it's a story. It's a simple story that can mean a lot of things, and I think that's something that I really appreciate in fiction. When you build like an allegory that can't, like a kind of a Swiss Army knife of an allegory. I like it when things like this happen. Worlds and Club! Also known as, I don't fucking know. Okay, so I'm gonna cut to the chase. Worlds and Club was really bad. It is up for this tonight's most coveted award, which is the anti-GOTY for a game that just sucked and was bad. And the thing with Worlds and Club is that what I feel towards it is some sort of grief. I mourn what it could have been if Uchikoshi and Kodaka had just stuck to what they know instead of doing this horrible puzzle platformer. Like, Jesus Christ, the level design on this is horrible. The only good thing was when, we were knocking over the pachinko sign and we knocked the pa and made chinko, which means dick in Japanese, so that was funny. I felt really smart when I noticed this and I pointed out to my friends. Yeah. But yeah, I just kind of, there's just this kind of feeling that like, man, had they just done what they know how to do, maybe I would have liked this game a little better. But no, as it ended up, I think it's just like, I'm not gonna call it worthless because that's really mean, but it's really messy. It's a really messy game that like wants you to feel, and it appeals to emotions that it just didn't give me, you know? Like the character of Yuki, for example, there is a couple big happenings with her that like, it's not really spoilers because there's this kind of thing for almost all the characters, but like they appeal to stuff with her that I just didn't feel for her. Like I just thought she was fine, and they were treating her like this much bigger thing that she just isn't. I'm sorry. And like characters like Genu and Nyoro are entirely reduced to their familial relationships. You know, Nyoro kept talking about how she was the daughter of a scientist, for example, to a point where that like kind of became like an in-joke with my friends. And you know, it really shows that a couple of these characters just didn't have enough personality. I don't hold it against Geno though, because she's a lesbian. She likes Takarazuka, so I cannot judge a lesbian. Nyoro though, fuck you. I don't like the pseudo-incest that they did. I'm not gonna talk about the pseudo-incest because that's spoilers and because it bothers me. Sorry, Lucky. I'm gonna be mean to Yuki, sorry. I know she's almost to you. I mean, I'm not saying that Uchidaka shouldn't have experimented. I'm just saying that their experiment was bad. And like, you know, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just have to stick to what you know. I'm not against experimenting though. If they want to try and do something, they try and do something. Just, you know, don't come looking for my praise if it's bad. But also I need to say I loved Mo-chan. I did not love how the characters were mean to him all the time in some sick and twisted Hina Hikawa happening of things. I will not explain who Hina Hikawa is. Don't bother me. Anyway, this game was worse than the sum of its parts. Of course you... Vote! Of course you can do stories about mentally ill women killing people, like... Why is this a bad thing all of a sudden? Oh my god. Okay. And next, I'm gonna start speaking Portuguese. Because I want to talk about a comic that is only in Portuguese. And it is about Portuguese things. No, Brazilian things. Not Portuguese, gross. Então, Volt is the only person that will understand this, but... Eu gostei de Bom Dia Socorro, do Paulo Moreira. Comprei na PocCon esse ano. E é um bom quadrinho sobre duas mulheres que brigam uma com a outra por meio de figurinha do Zap. E eu achei que ficou muito engraçado e ficou muito brasileiro também. Porque, tipo, porra... Tem uma... Deixa eu pegar aqui. Tem uma introdução. Quem escreveu? Érico Assis. Eu posso ler uma parte. Aqui. Já li editores dizendo que queriam estudar o que o Paulo Moreira faz para conseguir diálogos tão brasileiros. Já li autores invejando a naturalidade com que falam Beta e Socorro. Eu, que escrevo diálogos como tradutor, já quis ter a liberdade do Paulo para soltar um meu Jesus, umas mensagens linda. Não sei o que ele e o Marcelo Quintanilha combinaram com os revisores, mas eu também queria combinar. Gosto do Henrique, o moleque que cai de testa no chão. Gosto de ver a Socorro descansando as varizes em cima do vira-lata. Gosto do Coque e da Beta. É o Paulo Moreira, descolado naquelas tirinhas que te seguram por segundos no scroll do Twitter, mostrando que sabem construir uma narrativa para você parar e ler. É patos. Parecem detalhes, parece um momentinho de transição, mas dizem tudo sobre o Brasil que ele quer retratar. E que ele retrata. Eu gosto do retrato que o Paulo Moreira faz do Brasil do Zap. Esse realismo mangástico que leva duas donas de casa pessoenses a virarem o Goku e o Freeza das trocas de bom dia, o L e o Light da estratégia de distração do oponente, o Itogami e o Uretsu do Yagi trocando olhares no supermercado. Esse quadrinho representa o Brasil mais do que samba e futebol. Eu odeio o Zap. Eu adoro Bom Dia Socorro. Eu acho que ele fala é o que eu queria falar, assim. É uma puta história, que é uma história engraçada. E tipo, é uma história brasileira. É uma história puramente brasileira. Eu não poderia estar falando inglês sobre essa história. Eu não vou falar inglês sobre essa história. Eu vou fazer uma tira, porque tem 2 quadrinhos que eu quero falar hoje. Eu vou falar do Chaveco também. Que eu também vou falar em português. Talvez. Eu vou fazer uma outra tira igual eu fiz ano passado. Bom pra caralho. Não, bom pra caralho. E aí eu vou colocar o Bom Dia Socorro aqui, depois eu vou colocar o Chaveco. Deixa eu trocar a cor. Não, vou ficar amarelo, porque tem amarelo no Brasil, fica amarelinho, verde amarelo bonito. Anyway, this was the point where I lost the English only speakers. Go learn Portuguese, then you suckers. We're back. We will be speaking Portuguese another time, because I'm gonna cover this comic, which is a Brazilian comic also, about a character from Turma da Mônica, which is a very prolific Brazilian comic series. It's like an institution here in Brazil. You guys should really learn Portuguese. Okay. And now we're gonna be talking about Spider-Verse. I really like the first Spider-Verse. I still think it's one of my favorite movies. The second Spider-Verse was that, but more. And like, let me go grab to you the pictures that I took when I went to watch this movie, because do I have them? Oh, yes I do. Here's a picture of me going into the session, me and my little double chin. And here's a picture of me taken right after the session. This is what Spider-Verse will do to you. This is what it did to me. Because now I just look surprised. Yeah, it was just a good movie. I remember when Hobie showed up, I cheered because I had seen him on Twitter so many times, and I was like, oh, that's Hobie! I like Hobie. I thought he was a little underused. I thought that Pav, the Indian Spider-Man, I thought he was underused as well. Like, I really wanted more of him. I'm happy he got his happy ending, though. I thought that the plot of this movie being essentially about a fandom mom having beef with a child over his headcanon that he should maybe have a better life was really funny. And I think more villains should be like Miguel O'Hara. I think they should make a movie on Stan Twitter. I think Miguel O'Hara should have that "you were a minor who knows nothing about the world" monologue. I think that would be enriching. For me. And so for that, Spider-Man is one of my longest yeah boys ever. It was a good movie, sir. What are people saying to me on Twitter.com? Because I get so many notifications, I'm getting distracted. People are saying, oh, hi, Walt. Who's living their best life? Hifumi. That's a good image of Hifumi. Okay. Ah! I got trolled up scared. As a Miguel fan before ATSV, this movie has done so much damage to his reputation, it's insane. That's a funny thing to say. I hope he's fine. Okay. Next up, I'm gonna quickly go over Hair, which is a movie that I watched in college. It was shown to me by the same professor who showed me June 1971, so it had big shoes to fill. I didn't watch it in full because, like, I missed a couple parts because I kind of got in class in the middle of it. I got in class during a song that they were doing, because this is a musical. They were doing a song about LSD, and I was like, okay. And then it's like very, like, rapid fire of songs. And this movie was weird because there was a moment where, like, one of the characters, a black character, his partner, who is also black, shows up to him and they have this exchange, and he's just misogynistic to her. So, like, I was like, read the misogynoir event? Okay. Like, I don't know what the purpose of that was. It's a movie from the 70s. It was like, it's in the context of the Vietnam War. Even the guys that did the musical, they kind of disavowed this movie because they were like, this is not what we wanted. They changed the ending and stuff. And yeah, it's about this, like, uptight white boy who goes and joins the... Oh my god. To understand what I think of this movie, I think I'm gonna have to subject you to a real musical number that they did. That it is look, I cannot possibly try to explain it to you. Like, I'm gonna level with you. This is bad. Oi. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean when I say this movie is bad? They're just singing about how much they want to fuck black guys. With, like, very heavy-handed food metaphors. And the only reason I'm keep playing it because that's the part about the white boys. And you will see it's much more tame than that. I want you to notice how they say black boys are delicious versus white boys are so pretty. They're naked because it's a military evaluation thing. See? I hope this was enough. I'm not playing the whole thing. So yeah, you understand why I say that Hair is a bad musical. I'm almost tempted to put it in pedophile baby anime tier. But pedophile baby anime tier is for someone very special that is about to arrive. And we will be going over that shortly. very shortly. Okay, next up is the Peppa Pig games. Look, I wanna... Okay, I may have to do this. I'm not gonna say that what I just showed you is as bad as just a shovelware game. And both the Peppa Pig games. Because I'm gonna do both at the same time. Like, I know this was the Yoshinoko tier, but... I cannot do this to Imagine Soul Stylist or Peppa Pig, okay? So yeah. The Peppa Pig games, I watched little Simsy play them. And the best part about these games were watching her lose her fucking mind because... Where's the clip? Little Simsy posted a couple clips to her... Yeah, she had this outfit on. She posted... Yeah, there's the short.
Majesty, there's another ship on the way. Oh, so there is. We can't sit around waiting for ships every day. Lizzie! Lizzie! Oh my god! Mister! We are stuck. I need Emma. Move to the front of the bus. What? Towards the front of the bus and help it on the other side of the bridge. What is wrong with you? This is why the Queen shouldn't be driving. She doesn't even have a license. Majesty.
I like how she says, "Oh my god!" Like that. I think I appreciate that about little Cindy. But yeah. Also, at the end of the London section of this game, there's a memorial part. I should pull up Little Simsy reacting to that as well. Please tell me she posts Little Simsy Queen Death clip. Please understand what I'm talking about. No! Okay, let's look for it on the VOD. Because I watched this entire VOD. Okay. Because it's very funny. I think she does, yeah. There we are. She should not be apologizing.
Why does that feel offensive?
Yeah. I also did that, little Simsy. I think she shouldn't be apologizing for laughing that the Queen is dead. Anyway, the Peppa Pig games were just bad. They were repetitive. They were, you know, they were structured like a Peppa Pig episode, which is, Obrigada, amor. Sorry, my mom came in with candy. They were like structured exactly like a Peppa Pig episode was, and it was like kind of maddening. Like the first game had an unskippable repeated cutscenes that would play so fucking often. I was going insane along with Little Simsy over there. And yeah, they were just bad games. Next up. Okay. We need a new tier for this. Jesus Christ, like... Okay, Chad. Let me sit with you and tell you about Josh Homme. We'll be talking about Queens of the Stone Age's 2023 album, in Times New Roman. Yes, it is named after the font. It is a pun on the Roman Empire. We will be talking about that. This album was created in a very particular context. A couple of things happened to Josh Homme that kind of fucking broke him. One, he was diagnosed with lung cancer, and it comes up in a couple of his songs. And there's no joke I can make about that. That's just upsetting. It's fucked up. And two, that's the thing that I want to take the piss on. He got a very messy, very public divorce, where, like, the record showed that he was a cunt and his ex-wife was also a cunt. They were both really bad people. She lost custody of the kids and all. But, like, at the same time, there were a couple of hearings where the children told the court that their dad was also very abusive. Like, there was a time where, I don't remember exactly what the report said, but, like, okay, I can just pull it up. I cannot find it, but all that I found was like, oh, right here. His ex-wife tried to file a restraining order against him on behalf of their children, because apparently he was accused of, like, being just abusive at the children, and threatening to fucking kill himself to them and stuff, and, like, just being horrible to his wife, his then wife. And she was apparently also horrible to a point where he and the kids successfully got a restraining order against her. And yeah, like, this is a very messy situation. These are very messy people. And while I am not going to clown on Josh Homme for his illness, I am going to clown on the fact that he is abusive. You understand that, right, Chad? Yeah, I'm pulling up child abuse testimonies for my media ranking stream. That's what In Times New Roman is about. Is the playlist over? Yes, it is. Nintendo music that's very Nintendo. Okay. We can play that. Hi, Wii Sports. Anyway, back to child abuse, everybody. So yeah, to talk about In Times New Roman, I have decided to compile a couple of lyrics. The most insane lyric from each song that I could find. This album has 10 songs. The first 5 are about how much he hates Brody Dale, which is his ex-wife. And there you go. We have each one of these is from a different song. There are a couple of songs where I just did not pick a funny lyric. There's one that's like just ostensibly about his lung cancer diagnosis, and I was like, I'm not gonna call on that. Maybe I punched down like that. But the rest, I'm gonna make fun of. This first one is from Obscenery. They are in order. Let's read it together. Self-help. Go on, help yourself. You must be pleased with miseries you designed. Voyeurism, jism may cause blurry visions. Spoiled brat or an inner child. Emotional amputees with phantom pains from missing limbos of life. Oh, the guillotine. I'm drowning in a wet dream. I'll bet you'll lose your mind. Hurrah! Let's do this. Enjoy your obscenery, born ruthless. Kiss it goodbye. Stupid. We're all caught in the middle and useless. I'm so talented. Yeah. So, These are all like about how he kind of acknowledges how broken and weird his relationship to her was. And then he makes it like 4 more songs about it. Like Paper Machete saying, "Is there nothing you cannot replace? You speak lioness and damsel in distress so fluently. Does your every single relation end in pain and misery?" And then negative space. "Don't say you love me no more. Thought we were equals. Broken people keep score, yeah. Don't say that you really care, as if you really do. Ooh. Then, oh, here we are. My favorite one is from Time and Place, which says, "I realized you're like a bump cigarette, sorry. Suicide in slow motion. You're such a drag. All that's left is a decent fight. Your promises are smoke. I see you in hell." Get it? Like, see you in hell. A lot of this album is like Josh Homme thinks he has some really clever wordplay. And so he just, like, writes shit like this. And then, these 4 first ones were about his ex-wife. The others are not. But the others are very pathetic. Oh no, there's another one about her that comes up later. I just saw. And then there's Made to Parade, which is my favorite song in this album because it's about how, capitalism is bad. And you may think that this is a very baseline sentence, but Josh Homme has previously described himself as a libertarian, which makes this song kind of relieving to read because, like, there's a bit, for example, that he says, "After years of the company winning, from the high horse you will ride, you will look down at the peasantry, kill themselves to make you smile." And I'm like, wow, that's an interesting sentence to read. That's an interesting critique to be made from someone with this kind of political background. Like, it would be kind of laughable if I heard it from anybody else, but it's significant from him, just out of who he used to be. But the lyric that I picked is, "Oh, I don't know what time it was. I just felt so young with a brand new page in the morning sun." And I picked this lyric. Why is Loki calling me on Discord? Why is your computer drive that naming you? Loki, shut up! It's an old drive, okay? Please shut up. I should have cut that out, but whatever. My dead name is in full display and I only noticed that now. That's fine. Who cares? My name is Melon. My name is Hiero. Okay, anyways. So this bit where he talks about the morning sun, this is a reference to an incident with him in, like, I think it was 2019. It was pretty recent, where he kicked the journalist during one of his concerts. And this was like a very big thing. I'm gonna pull up a report for you. Yeah, there we go. 2017, actually. This is from The Guardian. It says, Josh Homme, frontman of hard rock band Queens of the Stone Age, has apologized after appearing to deliberately kick a female photographer during a performance. Homme was performing with the band in Los Angeles when he kicked Chelsea Lauren in the face. Lauren told Variety the attack was, quote, obviously very intentional. He looked straight at me, swung his leg pretty hard, and full-blown kicked me in the face. She later went to hospital and said on Instagram, quote, my neck is sore, my eyebrow bruised, and I'm a bit nauseous. She said that she planned to file a police report. Homme wrote an apology online, saying he was, quote, in a state of being lost in performance, and, quote, very sorry. I would never intentionally cause harm to anyone working at or attending one of our shows. He later posted a video apology saying that he didn't intend to kick Lauren. I kicked the camera of a photographer, and that camera hit the photographer in the face. That's the funniest excuse I've ever read. Anyway, he added, quote, I don't have any excuse or reason to justify what I did. I was a total dick, and I'm truly sorry, and I hope you're okay. Because rock and roll is a wonderful thing. It's supposed to save and help people, not mess them up. Wow. And also, Home, who has fronted the band since its formation in 1996, also deliberately cut his face during the same performance, as well as verbally abusing fellow performers Muse, insane melon crossover event, and calling the audience retards. He was sued earlier this year by an autograph collector who alleged he verbally abused him and assaulted him by grabbing him by the shoulders. He's a lovely, stable person. Did you know that? Looky, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you into a bad guy. I'm sorry, okay? I was just trying to be funny. I don't think you're evil or anything. I love you. Anyway, this is the context of this lyric, by the way. He was like, oh no, I can't believe people put me on blast because I kicked a photographer. That's the kind of person he is. And then Carnival Europe is the one about the lung cancer, and I just picked evil everything. Because I was like, I can make fun of this. Anyway, next up is What the Peephole Say, which is a song that I think was obviously written by his teenage daughter. If you take a look at the lyrics. Oh, I don't care if the people grow. They say all done did doesn't make it so. That school or a prison looks same to me. I got one eye open and one hand free. I don't care what the people know. The world's gonna end in a month or so. You may run the institutional learning facility, but you don't run her, his daughter, and you don't run me. I don't care what the people say. Got a tip for your trip, cop. Stop yeing me. Thank you, Camille Home. I bet it was very nice for you to write this and have your dad sing it. Then, the next song is Sicily. This song is just Josh Home being horny, and I was like, that's a very easy target to make fun of, and like, I get horny too sometimes, so I don't think it's fair to make fun of him for being horny. So I just picked the bit where he says, yeah, sad. And then Emotion Sickness. This says, then my fever broke. And I displayed it like this just because of how tired the metaphor is. Because in a previous song, written for his now ex-wife, he says, is love mental disease or lucky fever dream? Fine with either. Like saying, yeah, I'm hopelessly in love with you even after so many years. Might I mention that he says in that song that he met his wife when she was 17? They didn't start dating then, but that's a very weird thing to make note of, wouldn't you think? Anyway. So, then my fever broke is a reference to this lucky fever dream lyric, and it's a very overused metaphor. Like, he says that sentence so many fucking times during the song. It's called Emotion Sickness, which, again, this metaphor is so fucking belabored. Oh my god. Yeah. And then for the last song, I thought that the last song was lyrically very good, so I just picked a lyric that I thought went hard instead of making fun of it. The world, yeah, she don't need saving, except from you and me and our misbehaving. It's called Straight Jacket Fitting, and it's like a 9-minute long song about how, you know, America's kind of fucked. in a capitalist sort of way. No, once again, capitalism is bad. He also makes reference to his cancer in this one. And I was like, oh. So yeah. This is my chronicle of In Times New Roman. You will notice that not in a single moment did I tell you if I liked or disliked the album. Because I don't think there is any way to be fucking coherent or objective about In Times New Roman. You take a look at all the backstory that I've given you. You take a look at the deranged lyrics that I've picked out for you. And, you understand that this is not an easy album to listen to. It's a very hard album to listen to, in fact. And it's a very confusing one. And so my score for it is out of 10. That's it for In Times New Roman. Next up is Nimona. I was planning on watching the movie after reading the comic, and I just never did. I thought that this comic was really, really, really good. Like, I already knew that the comic was good from my first read so long ago. Like, my copy of the book is so old, it still has the author's dead name on it. I chose this image right here specifically because it does not. Oh, Tearmaker cut it anyway, but like, this is the image I sort of read. And I think it's really funny. Like, I saw some feedback from people who watched the movie who said that the trans allegory with Nimona was kind of like overused or like exaggerated or like fine, I get it kind of deal, which makes the comic really funny because this was written before Andy Stevenson knew that he was transmasculine. And, when you have this information, this new information in mind, this comic makes a whole lot more sense. It's a gender comic by someone who isn't quite there with the realization yet. Like, whoa. Wait a second. The book is originally dedicated to, quote, all of the monster girls, all of us who aren't just one thing. And like, I look at this dedication, this acknowledgement page thing, and I'm like, whoa. Like, you wrote such a trans story and you did not know it, and the way you phrased it is so incredibly trans too. Good job, Andy Stevenson. The story itself is very sweet. The characters are very well built, and the relationship between Nimona and Ballister reminded me a lot. This is a message for Luki and Luki only. They reminded me a lot of what I want Quartz and Momo to be. This something like that, It's a very sweet story, and it's a very interesting story about, labels, essentially, like good and evil as concepts. And also, it's also about being gay and sad, and being gay and happy too. And I recommend everybody read the comic. I cannot speak on the movie because I did not watch the movie. But the comic is good. Anyway. Next up is the Barbie movie. The Barbie movie was really good too. It made me cry. Like, anything that's about motherhood. Like, for example, Fire Emblem Engage is a lot about motherhood with the character of Tulmera, which I didn't mention but was really good. I cannot talk a lot on her without spoiling anything. Sorry, I didn't mention. But anyway. The Barbie movie is really good. And what I can do... Sorry. Sorry, I was munching. What I can do is draw a parallel to what Lucky said about this movie in his own stream. He said that he didn't find the characters of the mom and the daughter very interesting, to which I mocked him, saying, well, Lucky, you've clearly never been a mother or a daughter. And it's true, these characters, they hit different, as it were, when you are one of these things. Because, these characters are meant to represent the real life girls that grew up playing Barbie. And like the familial bond of the intergeneration experience of Barbie. This year, one of my classmates from college directed a documentary about Barbie as a product, as a character, as an influence, as an existence, really. It was a pretty interesting documentary from what I've watched. I didn't watch all of it because he only showed a part of it to us. And a part of it was exactly about that, about this generational thing. With growing up with Barbie and stuff, and like just the thing in the movie with the mom rediscovering her joy for being a little girl playing with dolls, and the daughter, also kind of rediscovering that joy when she lets go of her edgy persona as the movie goes on. Just kind of embraces her girlhood in that sense. I thought that was very powerful. Like, this movie is obviously one big advertisement for Barbie, and no amount of artistry can detract from that, but like, I still thought it was interesting and had like a human side to it. I very much enjoyed. I liked the musical numbers, as everybody did. The dance party scene was very funny. The Can song was incredible. It's still on my playlist. And I don't know. I think the most important part of Barbie is the message about how patriarchal society also hurts men, and also the idea that, like, guys, matriarchy isn't a very good idea either. We have these fantasies because, the oppressed will often dream of being the oppressor, but, this is not what we should be striving for either. And I just thought it's a very important message in a time where, like, usually things are either one extreme or the other. Great movie. I didn't do Barbenheimer double feature because I was advised by my friends that, as I am someone who has problems with loud noise, I should probably not watch Oppenheimer. So I had to skip out on that. Sorry. Vemba. Vemba will also go on this year. It's a very sweet game. It's a very sweet game about, food as a storytelling device, as a family bond conduit, and just, as a shared experience. It really represents food front and center as all these things, and has, like, great impact. It gives great importance to language as well, because it's a story of a bilingual family, and when they are speaking in Tamil, their speech bubbles are in a certain color. When they are speaking in English, the speech bubbles are a different color. And their child is ashamed of the Tamil heritage and speaks English most of the time to better fit in with his classmates because they are Indian immigrants who live in Canada. And the only moment in the game where the boy actually makes an effort to go and reconnect with his Tamil heritage is when he needs it for work, when he is grown. And, he realizes that he's kind of been a dick to his family his whole life because he did not want to connect with his culture because he thought he'd be weird. And it's a very interesting story about this kind of thing. About wrestling with your heritage. There's a very nice scene. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's a key moment in the game where this guy really goes and reconnects with his heritage using food, of course, as this is a game about food, as the central thing. And it was a very nice experience. In the chat, the people in the chat, I think Lukey especially would really enjoy this game. I have been recommending it to him for a while because of his love of food, just in general. And because it's just really great storytelling. It's something that has deep respect for its subject matter, you know? Sorry, I had to plug the PC in. Okay. Moving on to my Stardew Valley replay. I'm gonna put this in looking pretty good. I had that hunger for a farming game that I mentioned earlier. And I returned to Stardew Valley. And I went farther into it than I had before. This time I chose to marry Harvey. I'm giving it another break. I'll be back for the update. As you know, I don't appreciate the fact that he's crunching for the update. I don't think he should do that. I think he shouldn't do that, okay? I read a book all about how he crunched on this, and I think he shouldn't be doing that. I think it's bad. You know, bold statement from guy who graduated with a paper about crunch. I think crunch is bad. What do you mean, Oswald? What would Oswald say? Do you think Oswald is also an anti-crunch voice? I think Oswald should speak out against crunch, is what I think. But yeah. Oh, because I said I married Harvey. Not that Harvey, looky. Blech. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. But yeah. Stardew is Stardew. There's a reason it's been a genre definer. It's like Harvest Moon before it. So I have never played Harvest Moon, so I cannot speak as to whether it's a good successor of that or not. But I think as a genre definer, much like Harvest Moon was, I think in that sense, it can fill in these shoes. Oh no! Looky! I'm gonna have to talk about Yakuza Kiwami 2 now. And like, what do I do with this? Oh my god. I think I'm just gonna call it mid for my own sanity. Because, like, the thing about Yakuza Kiwami 2, like, mechanically, it is polished to a fault. The combat is satisfying. I have no complaints about that bit. What kills it is the story. For one, this is a deeply misogynistic game. There are two prominent female characters. Yayoi Dojima is the franchise's first female Yakuza character. One of the few characters that was like in the Yakuza and like actually does things. Not much. She does not do much, but she's there. And I love her. And if you're familiar with the Kumakura episode, which I think all of you are, Lady Rinko Jisaki was entirely based off of this character. and you know, she's done dirty. Like, there is a bit where she could have done something and they just don't do it. And then she kind of gets held hostage and it's kind of really cringe. She was also really underused generally because, you know, her son, a lot of the story is about, you know, getting her son to finally get the Dojima Memento so she can retire and be at peace. because she's the acting chairwoman for the Dojo Clan and stuff. But yeah. I just wish they did more with Yayoi. I really like her. And the other female character in this is Kaoru Sayama. To this day, I am completely unable to understand why people want Sayama back in the story. I do not want Sayama anywhere near the story. I don't dislike her character as I did Yumi in the first game. Ah, ok. Obrigada, amor.
Ó, pra você levar pra praia.
Legal. Okay, sorry. As I was saying, the next one in line is Sayama. And, like, why would you want Sayama back in the story in any capacity? Like, give her a rest. I do not dislike his character. Her character, sorry. It's misgender Sayama. I do not dislike her. Not like I did Yumi from the first game, who I vitriolically despised because she was just a really bad character. But no, Sayama's chill. The thing about Sayama is that she's kind of infuriating in a way. There's a lot of infuriating things about Sayama. For one, Sayama takes the bold stance of being anti-adoption. I will not go into this, but like basically, no, I can go into this without spoilers. She has an adoptive mom that she keeps saying is not her real mom and that she wants to find her real parents and her real family. And I'm like, girl, that is so inconsiderate considering you are walking around with her last name. Jesus Christ. And, yeah. What else? I also don't like the, like... She repeatedly points out that a couple of things might be sexist, and like she is never right. The narrative always shows her as being a stupid bitch, even though she has very valid concern for being, thinking this could be the case, because, she is a woman in a male-dominated environment, which is the police, so she's under a cab. But, like, even Sayama, who is under a cab, I think deserves a little bit better. Even though she's a bastard and a pig. Anyway. And then the final thing with Sayama that pisses me off is her waifufication. Because she is stripped of all personality in order to be Kiryu's romantic partner in a couple with negative chemistry. Seriously, guys, stop trying to make Kiryu have girlfriends. The best girlfriend he could possibly have is like Majima. And yeah, it just all pisses me off. Sorry, Lucky. I like the gameplay. I just need to harp on the story. And like, I'm a person who takes story very seriously in a video game. Dealing to that once more. Yeah, we did the misogyny power scaling. We went over that. Good. Anyway. But anyway, they also keep trying to have like, oh, Yumi was Kiryu's true love. They were siblings. They call the same man father. It makes me... Whatever. I am done talking about Kiwami too. Like, I just needed to get all that out. Also, this game is just really funny. Like, well, we need to tell... I need to say to you that Kiwami 2 is like if Among Us was with Korean people instead. Like, there is a character who has a Korean double. Like, someone who looks exactly like him, but is Korean. And they just never explain why this person exists. And he just dies without fanfare. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, this is why I shouldn't have played 7 early. That is true, Lucky. I should not have played 7 early. But I did. And now I have standards. Fucked up, huh? Anyway. I think we'll be done with Kiwami 2 for now. I should also note that it took me like 3 years to play this game. And Loki kept bothering me about it. Oh my god. Yeah. We now move on to Danganronpa another. I'm gonna bend my rules a little bit here and leave Oshinoko for after the Danganronpa and others because I would like to talk about them in sequence. Loki and Volt are in this chat. I don't know if Volt is still here because, you know, the only person who cared to hear me talk about Kiwami 2 was Loki. But yeah. Danganronpa and other games. Loki and Volt really liked these games. I thought they were fun. Like, the first one specifically. I thought the first one was fun, but like, I just did not see the same hype and like appeal and grand things that they did. Like, I know what is there to love. I like those things. I appreciate the ideas that these games bring to the table, but I'm just not as enthusiastic. You know, like, it didn't grip me in exactly the same way. But what I can tell you is that they're pretty good, despite my less enthusiastic liking. I say they, I meant the first one. The first one is pretty good. The second one, we'll talk about the second one when we talk about the second one. Like, the cases were interesting. Case 2 was a mess. The translation was awful, and it definitely hampered my enjoyment of the game. Like, the translation is just horrible. And yeah, I could not care about the romantic plot that they tried to do with Satsuki and Haruhiko. Like, I just did not give a piss. They work much better as friends. I think that's about it for my discussion of the RA. Like I said, I'm more subdued. I don't care as much. Oh, but Yuki Maeda was really good. Yuki Maeda was a good protagonist. He was enjoyable because he doesn't take shit. He's not passive like Naegi was. But he's also not like covertly judgy like Shuichi was. He just says he doesn't like you to your face. I love the Kizuna pre-time events. They were so funny. Anyway, this guy was good, which is why I was upset when they completely demolished his character in the second one. Give it up for Kaki Maeda, everybody! Woo! One clap. That's all you get. So yeah, the second one was really bad. Luki outlined the reasons why in his own stream. And I do not want to repeat myself because, you know, the only people that are here to watch the stream have already watched his. But yeah, it's the same thing. Like, despite incest, for example, the third case has some really hardcore incest that the author wrote just to kind of, you know, get back at the people who spoiled V3 for him. And, like, it's a really bad case because the mystery isn't interesting. It's the same thing that happened with 12 Minutes, goddammit. Your incest isn't even interesting. And it's fucked up too because, like, you know, despite being the clearly bad person who's abusing her sister mentally, Kanade gets what she wants in the end. The game wants you to respect Kanade despite her being evil and incestuous and abusive. Like, the game really wants you to have respect for this character, but I don't. I don't respect this character. And then, of course, there's the Yuki character assassination. There's the ridiculously long chapter 6 that killed all of my buzz for the game. And all that stuff that Luki has covered. What I would like to say about the RA2, though, is that the characters were more interesting than in the first game, mostly. It has higher highs. Like Nikkei, Shobai, and Yoruko, they were both really good characters. They were all, not both, goddammit. They were all really good characters. Nikkei took a while to get going because, like, for the first half of the game, he is just, oh wow, he's the ultimate journalist, so I have a soft spot for him. But for the first half of the game, he's just like, oh wow, this is all so interesting. Wow, this could be a really good scoop. And it's boring, but then he turns into a good character, but it's a little late, because, you know, his time is almost up when he does. Okay. It's kind of insane that people unironically put Kanade in top tier for their own rankings. Yeah, she's such a nothing character. Like, she's like a fucking pizza cutter. All edge and no point. Hiero has a horrible character because she reminds me of a bad person that I knew. That's all I'm gonna say. No, wait. I can't claim that Hiero has a bad character for that. Yeah, she is well written, I guess, but like, I have personal gripes, you know this. I have personal gripes that stop me from, you know, being able to judge her in any capacity that isn't, wow, you remind me of a person that I knew that sucked, so I don't like you. You know how it is with spaghetti. Okay. Oh boy. You know, I put both the arrays back to back together because I wanted to avoid talking about Oshinoko for as long as I could. But holy shit. Holy shit. Guys, did you know that I hate Oshinoko? Did you know that? 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 Wow. Like, the thing with Oshinoko. This is a story that understands what it's talking about to a certain point. Like, it knows what it's talking about when it comes to the idol industry, and this is the thing that I have seen it most being praised for. And to that end, I can say that I understand the hype, or at least part of it, because when Oshinoko is competent, it really is competent. Kana Arima is a really great character. I have a sticker of her on my notebook. That's how much I liked her. She was a really fun character, mostly because she doesn't like the protagonist, but like she's pretending not to like the protagonist. I'm like, girl, get out of there. You don't know this, but this guy is an adult in a teenager's body, and you need to run and never speak to him ever again. Oh my god. Because yeah, this is what the story is about. I call this tier pedophile baby anime because it's what it is. It's baby for the first episode, which is feature length. Because, you know, this guy who's a pedophile, and when I say pedophile, I mean that he's obsessed with a 16-year-old idol, and he made a promise to marry one of his 12-year-old patients when she turned 16. Which I don't know if it was a joke, because he sure sounds like he has a lot of affection for this girl, and it is never disputed whether it's romantic or not. And also, you might have seen like that one screenshot on Twitter where it's like a girl saying, "Sensei, I'm 16 years old now, we can marry." And you know, the context to this, I can assume that's the context to this from the information that I have, because I haven't actually read the manga. I'm gonna watch season 2 when it comes out, but I won't be happy about it. This part with the girl saying this, the context to this is that, like, that 12-year-old girl who died and then reincarnated into Ruby Hoshino, who is the sister of the protagonist, Aqua Hoshino. And like I can assume that's what's going on here is that she found out that he was the pedophile in his past life. And now she's saying, okay, I'm 16 now, let's marry, despite the fact that we're both siblings now. And also this is fucked up. Yup. I love the chat reacting to Oshinoko. That's beautiful, isn't it? So yeah. And also, this guy, like, he insists while he's an adult in his doctor career that he's not a pedophile for enjoying Ai Hoshino's music. Fair, you know, not everybody who likes idols wants to fuck them. I'm a Bandori fan and I do not feel any attraction to those teenagers. But like, there is a part in this show, I even sent an audio to it to my friends because I was so distraught. Where they're like in his teenage body, with his teenage friends, he is discussing love. And he says, I've never dated anyone, but because I'm a guy, what does that have to do with anything? He wants to date someone someday. And then he says, you know, I'm still recovering from a past love. And then it cuts to a picture of Ai Hoshino. Might I remind you, 1, Ai Hoshino was a minor when he first heard of her and was obsessed with her. 2, he has reincarnated into being her child. Isn't that nice? Like, I don't understand. Like, I was gonna say that I understand the hype of Oshinoko to some level, like the understanding that it boasts of the idol industry and of the topics that it's talking about. But at the same time, I don't. Because, like, how can you like this stuff and, like, not acknowledge in any moments the fact that your protagonist, the person you are supposed to empathize with, because by all accounts you are. He's a pedophile. He's an evil person. And like, you're supposed to be invested in his tale to find his mother/minor he had a crush on. It is astounding. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's take a look at how the chat is. The chat's having fun. Yeah, see? This is why I didn't like Oshinoko. It's because it's a show for pedophiles. And, you know, season 2 is coming up next year. I am going to watch that, and as I said, I am not going to be happy about it. Oh god. Let's talk about something that I liked now. Everything's re-release of Men Alive. Their first album, which turned 13 this year. And they re-released it now because it's a teenager now. And I thought that was really sweet. It's a re-release with previously unreleased music. Some rarities in there. It was really fun to listen to because it's like these songs do not belong in Men Alive, but they do. And it's kind of weird, like this place that they exist in. It's a very funny album. I did find issue, as I often do, with the way they approach some subjects. One of the songs has an anti-indigenous slur on it. I've seen that slur get defended as like something that the character within the song would say in relation to the indigenous women that the slur refers to. But like, if you were making a song about a racist and you were white, would you say the N-word? Answer quickly. Does not excuse that. But at the same time, it was 2010 and they did some really stupid shit in 2010, like, you know, the Photoshop handsome clip where I'm not gonna talk about that today. Makes me sad. I like Photoshop handsome. But yeah. E-lyrics are weird. Like Ivory Tower. I talked about Ivory Tower last year, I think. Yeah. But like, when you disregard these weird bits, it kind of. I have to nerf its position because of those weird bits. Like, Jesus. Like what I did with Stario. But yeah, when you don't think about that fucked up shit, the album was good. I have to do a couple of heavy lifting to justify, but fixed. Okay. Next up, the Folding Ideas retrospective of 50 Shades of Grey. In this frame that I put, he's saying, "What's a little date rape between friends?" And that was wild. I think it's interesting too. The look that he takes at the franchise. I like what it says about the people who enjoy that stuff. And how the movie, like, apparently the first movie is better than the book. Because they were actually really trying to make a better story. But the author got really mad that they were, interfering upon her creativity or whatever. So so the second other movies were like really bad. And it begins as like a defense of the first movie because of that. Because women's sexuality is heavily clowned upon. It is making fun of women that did things like, making jokes about Justin Bieber or the Twilight Saga. And while these things may not have been of the best quality, you cannot deny that a lot of that making fun was because people are misogynistic. And the same goes for here. I am not defending 50 Shades of Grey or the other things that I brought up when I say that, a lot of the fun made of these things was misogynistic. I'm just saying it kind of was. But at least some mockery was kind of deserved, not for misogynistic reasons, just for this was bad reasons. I don't have a lot to add to this discussion. I just felt that this video was an interesting look. It was pretty good. Okay, next up. Hi, Volt. Hi, Kat. Hi, Lucky, too, because I know you're here. We're gonna talk about the RGG Studio, the summit. Just because this was the 10-minute story trailer for Yakuza 8, which was one of the worst things I've ever watched that meant to me that this game is gonna suck. Okay, so basically, I'm not gonna play the trailer for you because I don't want to torture Luki or anything. But I'll explain to you. 1. The main plot of this game is about finding Ichiban's mother. In the first game, she was dead. They retconned her death so that he could do something about finding her. I have a complicated history with the Yakuza series using women as MacGuffins because this happened in Kiwami / Yakuza 1 with Yumi, and it was really bad. It was really, really bad. So when I hear that they're doing this again to Akane, did I say Akane or did I say Akane? Red woman, Ichiban mother. Yeah. When they're doing this again to her, I immediately get on edge because of the past experiences that I have had. And then of course there's the big one. A lot of people were mad about Kiryu returning to this game because, Kiryu has had a lot to himself, and the ending of Yakuza 7 is severely undermined by his appearance because that game was essentially a passing of the torch. Kiryu was like, Ichiban's not really my successor, but he kind of And like that was the end of Kiryu's adventures. Kiryu was not doing anything anymore. And then they released Gaiden, which was like an adventure that apparently tries to justify Kiryu being there in 8. And then, to add insult to injury, they gave Kiryu cancer. Like, this man does not get a rest. They tease that this is the end of the story. They tease that in 6. They tease that in 7. And then they make Gaiden to justify 8. And they're teasing again that now this is the end for real. Kiryu's gonna die of cancer. I promise. And it's just kind of sad to see. You know? I'm just like, man, give Kiryu a break. I think he just deserves a nice retirement, but like RGG Studio keeps denying him that because you know they need his cash cow. They need their cash cow. They need Kiryu. Can't be a Yakuza game without Kiryu, can it? No. Yes, it can. 7 was very close to that, and it was the best game they've made. It's just tiring. It's just sad. This made me sad. The one thing that I liked about this was that Songhee, apparently that's how you say her name, is a playable character now. But even then, she's in Kiryu's party. I don't want Kiryu to have a party. Leave him alone. So yeah, RGG Studio worthy. I'm gonna level with you, RGG Studio. This was bad. And now, oh boy, there's a lot. We're not even close to done, are we? I'd like to take a break from looking at this all chronologically, and I like to fucking bend my own rules and just start like lightning round about the stuff in the unfinished tier. I just want to do a quick one, just because I've been staring at these and I've been thinking, what if I forget about them in the end? Do you mind if I do that? This is not a rhetorical question. Okay, thank you. Please wait. Okay, quickly now. Bell Hooks is all about love. It was a really good book that I didn't finish, but I almost... It had important reflections about what love is in a capitalist society and how it is a form of resistance. Tokyo Vice was a really bad book that I am reading, theoretically. Like, this guy really wants to paint himself as some poor Westerner, but at the same time he wants to paint himself as a hero. And it is really tiring. And I've been reading this book in tandem with a blog debunking the book, which should tell you everything. Raincode. I'm gonna play Raincode next year now. I have bought it. I have heard very mixed reviews on it. I played Chapter 0, and Chapter 0 kind of killed my buzz because of the thing that they do in Chapter 0. Wataru Takagi was in it though, and I love Wataru Takagi, so I put the game in Japanese so I could hear Wataru Takagi. But then I found out that his character only really appears in Chapter 0 and never returns, and I was really mad. I was really sad about it. Also, his character is just a testament to how much Kodaka doesn't like fat people. Flower, Sun, and Rain, it has been a really fun time. It's just you being taken through Suda 51's special interests. Like, there is a chapter where the guy just sits you down and talks to you about soccer. There's another chapter where it's 2 wrestlers. This game wrote a very comprehensive handbook telling you about a lot of things, and it wants you to engage with that notebook, and it wants you to feel things. And I think that is really fun. Like, he has built a tiny little world that is a joy to go through. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. I've been watching that with Luki and Izzy. Slowly now. Rebecca is a wonderful character that it feels really uncomfortable to relate to so strongly. She has BPD, and I'm autistic, which means there's a lot of overlap between the two of us, and a very uncomfortable amount of overlap at that. Like there is this one episode where she is hanging out with a bunch of people that she calls friends, and she is desperately trying to fit in, and like she is obviously too awkward, and they obviously don't care about her as much as she cares about them, and that was a really hard episode to watch, I tell you. Yeah, it's a good one. And Never 7. Never 7 is a funny game that I've been playing with Luki and Volt. Oof told me Raincoat is like Samyun Files with my Kodaka, and that scared me off. Yeah, it's pretty much that. It's got a lot of Danganronpa in what I've played. Kodaka does something with Raincoat, which is really annoying. You know, the thing that he does in Danganronpa too, it's that style of humor of his that's like, characters say something unhinged. Another character says, "What are you talking about?" Character proceeds the conversation like normal. It's insane. Also, there's a lot of racism in Raincoat because, of course, there's the Kodaka game. Anyway, Never 7. Let's cap this off. Never 7 is horrible and you shouldn't play it, but it's also one of the funniest games I've ever played. I want to give you a fair warning if you would like to play this game, because it has actual pedophilia. One of the routes is good endings. No, one of the good endings is grooming a child. A character that is 17 and you are like 20. It's not a big age gap, but this character is treated as a child all the time. So it is still really bad. Like, it was so bad. I was playing with Luki and Wolf. Everybody was stunned into speaking their native language and ranting about how horrible the things we were looking at were. Yeah. Anyway, Project Eden's Garden Chapter 0 was bad. And I was disappointed in it because it was written by an author that I respect, who is Soze. She wrote Danganronpa Mahiro Koizumi 2, which is a reimagining of the R2 where Mahiro is the protagonist instead, and it so far has been really good. But like, this game, it smacks of like people who don't respect Danganronpa, that still like some of the things about it, and want to make a game that is like, it wants to be Danganronpa but good. At the same time, this game uses none of the Danganronpa branding. It seems like it's ashamed of its own legacy that it also keeps putting everywhere. One of the characters indigenous Elon Musk. One of the characters a communist Strome. The characters are just like really annoying and unengaging. The symbolism is terribly ham-fisted. Like, it's Eden's Garden, and the rival is called Eva, and the protagonist has a snake tie. Like, Jesus Christ. And then they make a joke in the game to talk about how ham-fisted the symbolism is. But again, it's not self-aware. If you recognize something is bad and keep doing it, you're just being a dick. And yeah. The only good thing about this was that it had a butch. I really respect the butch. The other characters were unremarkable or just annoying. Okay. Now we move on to talking about a good game. Let's put something else in the... Oh, no, wait! I could have spoiled something there. No. Ghost Trick is in the GOTY contenders. I will try... Everybody here has played Ghost Trick, am I correct? There are 3 people here, at least actively in the chat. Oh, there's a lot more people that just aren't saying anything, so... I was gonna be like, oh, I can spoil Ghost Trick now, but like, I just checked the list of users in chat, and there's a lot of more people that just aren't saying anything. And I'm like, okay, I'm not about to spoil Ghost Trick for you then. The thing with Ghost Trick, how can I praise this game and explain its spot here without spoiling it? That is a little bit hard to do. Well, Ghost Trick is a game made by the Ace Attorney guy, Shutakumi. It has the soundtrack by also the Ace Attorney guy, Masakazu Sugimori. He did at least Ace Attorney 1. I don't remember if he did any other ones. He also did Murder by Numbers, which is a great game. This game presents you with a series of stages that are like little Rube Goldberg machines. There's a literal one at some point. And like, the way that it has you engage with the scenario is really interesting. Except for the stealth phase, that was really annoying. But I hate stealth anyway. And the characters are endearing. The atmosphere is just really good. The mystery is engaging. There's a MILF. I need to recommend this game to you because there's MILF. I did not play the remake. I just... saying I played it is kind of a loaded sentence because it wasn't me. It was Luki and I watched him play it. But I can say I played that, I think. But yeah, this is my vague recommendation of Ghost Trick. Of course, you are in for a treat. You are in for a very well-constructed mystery. Character writing is serviceable, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be stellar, not in this one. The antagonist reminded me of the Summoning Files antagonist, which is all I can say. Anyway, I think that's about it. And now... yeah, there's Jodball OC. That happened. Oh, there's Yaoi in this one too. Cabanela and Jod totally fucked. And now, once again, I will be speaking Portuguese for a short little while, because I want to talk about this Turma da Mônica comic. Eu li Chaveco Vitória e eu gostei demais. Eu já falei, mas eu vou colocar aqui. Eu acho que essa foi uma das melhores Graphic MSP de todo o selo. Assim, não é uma coisa que tá no mesmo nível da do Jeremias, por exemplo, que tem uma grande mensagem social e fala de uma coisa que a Turma da Mônica não aborda. Essa e a da Tina também, as duas tiveram esse intuito. Aqui você não vai ver isso, exatamente, mas o que você vai ver, pra julgá-la por um outro parâmetro, é uma puta escrita de personagem, uma pesquisa incrível do personagem Chaveco, da mitologia por trás do personagem Chaveco, a família, o papel narrativo, porque essa história, você vai ter a gag do Chaveco ser o personagem secundário que não tem nada, que não é bem verdade, porque vários roteiristas da Turma da Mônica, como o Anderson Abreu e o Paulo Bach, meio que adotaram o personagem. Mas enfim, eles pegam essa narrativa, eles pegam essa mitologia e fazem uma puta história que é sobre exatamente isso, como você ser bem sucedido pelos parâmetros da sociedade, ou bem, da estrutura narrativa de você ser um protagonista como oposto a um secundário. Isso não é importante. O que é importante é o que você tem. O que é importante é o grande núcleo de personagens ao redor do Chaveco, por exemplo, que foi criado por causa dele. É uma coisa meio... que fala com a própria história do personagem, que reconhece que, apesar dele ser um secundário, tem muito amor dos autores da história da Turma da Mônica por trás desse personagem, por trás da mitologia, como eu já disse, ao redor dele. E é uma história que ela é muito bem construída, ela é muito legal, ela é muito interessante. E imagino que uma criança, lendo essa história, vai gostar muito também, porque é uma mensagem que é importante você ter na infância. Aquela velha, o importante é competir. Mas não é um sentido meio de, minha mãe falando isso, você não sabe como dói perder. Essa história sabe como dói perder também. E ela não se afasta disso. É o que eu achei. Porra, um puta quadrinho. Enfim. Okay, I'm sorry for alienating half the audience. No, I'm not, actually. I will never be sorry about speaking my other language. I'm gonna talk about Tom Hardy. I was introduced to him this year by friends, and I think he's really funny. And what's better than being funny and a good musician? That's amazing timing for the song to stop, actually, because I would like to show you one of my favorite Tom Hardy songs. It just shows, like, I think it's funny. He's a musician, he's a comedian, and he's a storyteller. So I want to show you. I'm gonna show. This is not the full song. No. Let's just get the full song. I won't have lyrics on screen, but you listen and you'll have a lovely story.
With a business plan, I'm gonna make you money in business land. I'm a cool guy talking about GameStop. I'm definitely not a cop. Why'd you say you're not a cop? Because I'm not. I think that you're a cop. I also think that you're a cop. Now listen, boys, you better both stop or I'll have you arrested. I'm not a cop. I'm a businessman with a business tan. I spend my days in a big black unmarked van. And if you wanna talk turkey, I'm here to talk shop. I'm definitely not a cop. You're a motherfucking cop. I can tell from the way that you stand. And you said that you worked in an unmarked van. Well, listen, boys, I'm not a cop. I'm a businessman in a coffee shop with a loaded pistol and a bulletproof vest. I saw my wife get killed by the drug cartel. I'm not a cop. Calling Officer Jackson, has your cover been blown? Is that your police radar? That was my business phone, and the cover they're referring to is When I Sung Money by Pink Floyd. Yeah, that's a business song. Saying business before another word doesn't make the whole thing business related. And if I may critique the whole police system, then look, there's a sniper pointed at my forehead. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. See this little red dot? Yeah, it's for a sniper shot. There's no snipers here, and there's no police plot. Sniper's ready. Do it now. Take the shot. I'm a businessman speaking with two friends, and one of them has a single chicken pox on their head. I don't know the guy who's dressed in camouflage with an M21 pointed at your friend's head. You shouldn't have said that. I think you've really upset him. What do you mean you don't know me? I was the best man at your wedding. I'm a businessman. I'm not friends with snipers. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. You shot me in the leg. Shot him in the leg. Shot me in my left leg. Shot him in his left leg. He's a businessman. He's definitely not a cop. Now he's been shot in his left leg. How about now? No, I still don't know you. Say my name. I don't know your name. Why don't you say his name? He's gonna shoot you again. I told you I don't know his name. Oh, he shot my other leg. He shot his other leg. He shot me in my right leg. He's a businessman. Getting shot in his legs by his ex-best man. He's not a cop. Say my name. No, you've got a dumb name. Oh, fine. Dwight Bexon. What? That's his name, Dwight Bexon. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Name. Dwight Bexon just shot me in the tip. Stop shooting my business associates. I'm a bad cop, and if you couldn't tell, I often killed your wife and got your drug cartel. Back up or we're all gonna die. Submit to your police and save our lives. Boys, I'd do anything to make the shooting stop, but I've told you before. I'm not a cop.
Thank you, Tom Hardy, for our regularly scheduled Tom Hardy break. Now I need another one. Okay, part 2. That's good. Yeah, I hope that show why I'm putting this in the highest tier. It's really great. Hey, Lucky, I hope your pasta's doing nice. He's just a really great general entertainer. He's just good at all that he does, I think. And next, for something I didn't like again. Oh my god, this was so bad. Woman World is a comic that imagines a world where all men have died. But like, this should not be the blurb because the author has to do a lot of like work to show that she does not hate trans people. The hook should have just been no one is born with a penis anymore. And everyone with a penis dies. Because like Jesus, it just leads to some awful things. Like for example, I don't like using the term virtue signaling because I think it's some really like loser right-wing shit to say, but this is virtue signaling. It is virtue signaling when she like just says, oh, why don't we make the flag of womanland a vagina? And someone is like, no, because vaginas don't define womanhood. And like this is just like saying, look, I don't hate trans women. There is one character who is a trans woman, that's the grandma, because no one is born with a penis anymore, so the trans woman has to be old. That's okay. It's serviceable. But then to like try and keep saying how much you don't hate trans women, there is a bit that was like particularly egregious to me, where one of the I think the doctor character says something like, oh, all babies that were born at the Capitol Hospital identify as women. No, they fucking don't. They're like 2 hours old. These babies do not identify as women. If your premise had just been no one else is, people with penises just don't get born anymore, then you could have just said all these babies have vaginas. And that's like, oh my god. You know, the premise is a mess, and trans people are an afterthought. Just be honest with your premise. Just say that you're being genital and sexualistic because that's what you're being. There are no trans man characters in this, by the way. That's a good answer, Volt. That's the best answer I could possibly get. Woman World is a ridiculous comic, and it's also really not funny. Like, remember what I said earlier about the Woman Nation? They end up naming it Beyonce's Thighs, which, you know, were I a smarter man, I would tell you about what this reflects for the sexualization of black women. But, like, I don't think I can articulate this point very well. What I will say to you is that that's not funny. That is really not funny. And this comic is just full of, like, pop feminism humor, girl power kind of stuff that, like, just isn't funny to me. I don't find these things funny. I find it kind of pathetic when the author does this. Oh my god. Imagine me that yeah! Like, one of them just having, like, gender emotions and be like, whoa, maybe I'm a man. And then, boom, they die. Honestly, there should have been a scene like that. It'd be really funny. But that would never happen because that would imply the author being honest with her own premise. Jesus Christ. I zoned out for a second. What is happening? Oh, nothing. I was just talking about this comic that really wants to be transpositive, but is just transphobic instead. And also low-key kind of anti-black. Yeah. Moving on. Kevin Perjurer's Epcot documentary. That was really good. Something that I will say when I read the comments, a lot of people were under the impression that this video was a love letter to Epcot, just because of the production value and like the fact that it's not narrated. So like you cannot tell his stance if you're not paying attention, and if you haven't watched other videos by Kevin Perjurer, like the video where he goes over the history of the original concept for Epcot, where he is pretty clear in the fact that he thinks that this is dumb. There's a lot of, like, when he's talking about the teenagers doing self-policing, he is very clear that he thinks a lot of Walt Disney's ideas were really dumb. And so when he presents, without his voiceover and his opinions, the bit that's talking about how the advertisement for the theme park Epcot was saying Walt Disney's dream became true, which is obviously untrue, as he did not want this to be a theme park, and he, well, this ambition itself of making Walt Disney's dream into this gross pastiche of an already awful idea is laughable at best. And, you know, this is what Kevin Perjurer thinks from the way he frames this documentary and from his past coverage of the topic. But a lot of people took that to mean, took his like presentation of the facts to mean that he is completely uncritical of Epcot and really loves it, when that is not the case, which really speaks to media literacy. I think his decision of show don't tell and like the way he structures his documentary without commentary, I think that was really fantastic. And I just wish people were a little more literate. Anyway, what's up? Oh, Tsukutabe! So this year I read a manga called She Loves to Cook and She Loves to Eat. It is a story about, well, a woman who loves to cook, that's Nomoto, and a woman who loves to eat, that's Kasuga. They meet because they're neighbors. One day because Kasuga is taking like a jumbo serving of KFC to her apartment. And Nomoto is like, are you gonna eat that with anyone? And she's like, no, that's just for me. And she is like, whoa, oh my god. Finally someone who can eat my cooking, because I cook so much and I don't eat much at all. It's a very sweet manga. It has very powerful self-discovery arcs, from Nomoto especially, but also Kasuga coming to terms with the fact that her family sucks because they underfed her, for example. And this manga does something important in that the fat character, she becomes fat not because she's a slob or anything, but because her being fat is a symbol of the fact that she's finally happy with herself. Because she was skinny as a child due to being underfed. But when she finally moved out of her house and said, fuck this shitty family, she got to get fat. Because she could eat as much as she wanted, and it makes her happy. And I thought that was really cool. And yeah, it's just a really great one. It also does one of the things that I am such a sucker for one thing, and it is fever dreams as narrative devices. There's a chapter where this happens with Nomoto, and it's like an experience that ends up making her like try to understand herself more as a lesbian. And like there's a chapter about asexuals too that is really interesting. And it goes into eating disorders because there's one of their neighbors, I don't remember their name, but it's a character that's like does not eat much and is scared that people will judge them for it. Because they just don't have much of an appetite at all. But the other characters are very nice about this, and they feel very, what's the word? They feel very respected, very welcome. Welcome, that's the word. Yeah, it's a great manga with great messages, and it's a very important manga. to have. Some people thought, I think I saw something about how kind of simplistic the messages were, but I think they're really important still, especially in the context of Japan, where a lot of stuff that we're discussing here in the West may not also reach Japan. Like, for example, just recently, Japanese people didn't know about the Starbucks boycott, so they just weren't boycotting Starbucks. We take all of our information for granted, the discussions that we have in the Western web. So it's just important to see that this stuff it can reach Japan for this manga. It's a really great manga. The translation is really good too. Okay, we're on the home stretch now. Let's talk about American Arcadia really quickly. That's a game I watched RT gameplay. It was pretty good. The messaging, this game is about, it's essentially about a guy that lives in Epcot, but it's not called Epcot, it's called Arcadia. Like, they do segments parodying Disneyland and stuff, the show Disneyland. And, like, it's a charming game, it's a funny game, but at the same time, it got really unsubtle with its messaging sometimes. Like, there's a segment, it's kind of a dreamlike sequence, where the character is, I don't remember what he was doing, but there was a bit, because his life is a reality show, there was a bit where, like, there was a bunch of eyes looking at him and, like, saying, oh, your life is our entertainment, or something like that. And it was just like, man, fine, I get it. It was kind of ham-fisted. It was kind of like, please, if you haven't understood yet, it underestimated me a little bit, I felt. But it didn't stop it from being pretty good. There's a musical number that is really good. I want to show you the musical number. Let me show you. We can't have another music break, which is good for my throat. Wait, there's a little... Oh, there's a music video! I don't know about Walter Benjamin's concept, actually. It's also a stealth game, which was why I'm glad I watched someone else do it, because I'm really bad at stealth.
Baby, they've been feeding lies to you, and you just need to realize what you call your woman is nothing but a devil in disguise. She plays along and says,
Aí, minha cara.
promise that she'll always be with you, but it's all a lie. Honey, you should really worry about what's going on behind your back. When you call your best friend is nothing but a blind piece of crap. You wish there's nothing but the best for you. Says he hopes to find a girl this good, but he already has. If only I
No, it's not a misogyny song. It's from a subplot in this game where a side character is getting cheated on. Yeah, this song plays a couple times during the game, and I'm gonna show you the full song, just this first minute. But yeah, it's kind of in a nutshell, the whole vibe of the game. It's a pretty good one. They also did Call of the Sea, which apparently was really good as well. I didn't play that. Anyway, next up is Bem Feito. This is a Brazilian game. I am not gonna speak in Portuguese for this one because I didn't like it as much as the other ones. It's kind of like RPG Maker horror inspired. Lots of elements of it. It's kind of all edge, no point at some bits. It has like a little ARG that was kind of fun, I guess, but it was fine. It was fine. You know, there just wasn't a lot for me to really dig my teeth into. It's just like a game that looks silly, but you can kill people in it. And I didn't feel like there was a real message to that. But, and now I have to talk about Emily is Away Free. Oh, you know, looking here, maybe I should be adding a couple of things to the anti-GOTY contenders, because I wanted to do 6 to have both tiers evenly matched, so, Would it be cheating if I just put both Peppa Pig games? No, I can't do this to the second Peppa Pig game. I just didn't play that much dog shit this year. I'm not gonna put Kiwami 2 in there, that was funny. Oh, I guess I can do you. That was the rough order of things, right? And I think Peppa Pig right here. Okay. That's the anti-GOTY tier complete. The GOTY one, of course. You know what's coming up. Emily's Away Free. I don't know why I picked that one up. Like, it was just dull. It was just boring. It wasn't funny. It was appealing to nostalgia that I did not feel. The characters were one note. It tried to like have you. Oh, you can do different things in this one. You can do branching paths. Your choices, whatever. It was this whatever game. The choices are not very well telegraphed sometimes. And I thought that was off-putting. And yeah, I don't have a lot to say about this game that isn't just me dogging on it. I guess Matt was kind of a cool character. I liked like having someone that would have your back within the game and that you weren't meant to pursue romantically. You didn't have that in the other games. But yeah, I just feel like this game is kind of belaboring the point of Emily is Away 1, which wasn't a great game either. Whatever. I don't know why I picked this up. I didn't like the other games. Okay, H Bomber Guide video on plagiarism, and the Todd in the Shadows video about James Somerton, specifically. These were really good, because, well, I think what has to be said about these videos has already kind of been said, which is, you know, plagiarism is bad, maybe don't do it. And also that, like, you know, while inevitably videos like these are gonna be attached to faces, like, you know, you can't talk about a topic of like people copying each other and you don't name any examples with any people behind it. But like, it is very easy to mistake this kind of video for drama. I don't think what H Bomber Guy did was a drama video. I think he was just calling the attention to an issue and he had to use examples for that, you know? And like, people are missing the message and be like, wow, these specific people, these specific YouTubers, these specific people are bad, these are plagiarism. My favorite YouTuber would never. And like, no. The entire point of the video is that you're being equipped with the tools to recognize plagiarism and being invited to, you know, think more critically about your entertainment, especially, you know, in YouTube, there's just less regulation of this shit. Like, you can just be at your house and record a video that's just like reading Wikipedia to someone and they won't know that unless they open Wikipedia and go take a look. The conversational focus around this video was kind of misguided in that sense, in that like, oh, James Somerton is evil. Of course, he did horrible things. We all know this, but like, I don't think James Somerton is the point. I don't think James Somerton or Illuminati or anybody else brought up is the point. I think the point is the very phenomenon. Same with the Todd in the Shadows accompanying video. These are more so invitations for you to think more critically about things. Not specifically to be like, wow, this guy sucks and you should be ashamed if you ever liked him or something like that. Clearly not the message of the video. Psst. Also, the Todd in the Shadows video brought Komaida up, and I got jump scared so badly. Either way, I think that's about it. Oh! We talk about Psycho now. I'm gonna level with you. Psycho's bad. Like, my dad was really pissed at me when I'm not pissed, but like, you know, he didn't approve of my opinion that Psycho was bad. It's obviously a very influential movie. I watched it with Luki and Vault. And the thing with Psycho is that the impact that it has had on the industry far outweighs anything else about this movie, and the impact is horrible. This was taken as an invitation for people to think that people, you know, with nondescript mental disorder are bad people. Like, yeah, of course this guy's a murderous freak. Look at how he acts. Look at what he's doing, like the whole thing with his mom and whatever. And like, it really tarnished things a lot. Yeah. Of course, I'm not gonna put Hitchcock himself on blast for being a man alive in 1960 saying shitty things about disabled people. I'm not canceling Hitchcock or whatever. I'm just saying that his movie has done irreparable damage to the conversation about mentally ill people. That's my take on it anyways. Also, I thought that Marianne was a more interesting character than Norman Bates, and I was upset that she was fridged so early on. Apparently there's a lot of sequels to Psycho as well, and they are bad. That's what I heard. They were all made by the guy that played Norman Bates. And just whatever, man. I don't want to see any more of this. Okay! Are you still alive? Because it's time for me to talk about Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. By law, I am forced to put this as a go-to contender because it was really great, but like, at the same time, it was a perfectly 8 out of 10 game, is what I think. And when I say perfectly 8 out of 10, I mean that like, the gameplay is amazing. Luki says something about falling out of love after the honeymoon phase was over, but I don't think mine was ever over. Because to the end, I was really engaged. Even though there were a couple of repetitive things, like, you know, the Sky Islands. The Sky Islands were especially underwhelming to me. I remember like getting the Sky Island map and taking a look at the region, and I was like, wait, that's it? Like, the Great Sky Island was so big, and then the other ones were so dinky. And not only that, but for a lot of Sky Islands, they just did the old, oh, this shrine is hidden. It's a rock that you have to bring here. And maybe we'll have a mini boss island or whatever. And there's also a gacha machine for you and like a spring that you can use to look them out. Daring today, aren't we? It's kind of sad to see that the Sky Islands were so hyped up, even in the game cover, by the marketing, all these sorts of things. They were already played up as this great thing. They kind of weren't. Oh, look, he's gone. That's so sad. Oh, he's here. Hi, Lukia. I'm talking about Tosca. I pronounce it Tosca. I don't care what anybody says. It's like a Russian name or something. But yeah, that's about it. The story of Tears of the Kingdom is dog shit. Like, apparently there has been praise for it. I have not seen any praise, but I haven't seen any criticism yet either. Like, people just seem to agree that it was very middle of the road. I don't agree that it's middle of the road. I think it sucks. Like, it's just bad. And like, particularly the way that Mineru talks about Zelda's powers feels like it's a 12-year-old writing this. Oh, Zelda, you have light powers and you have time powers. You know, Raru has light powers and Sonia has time powers. So maybe you are their descendant because, of course, you have both light and time powers. And I was like, okay. I wrote like that when I was 12. Yeah, Mineru is a really disappointing character. I just wish there was more to her. At least the construct thing was cool. I liked the mech battle. The mech battle was really cool that we did. But like, also this game really struggles to find a way to get the sages out of the fight during the final one. And that was sad to see a little. Oh, and also just generally, of course, the sages are much more boring than the champions from the first one. And I would be remiss if I talked about the sages and I didn't bring up, where's that one video? Please, YouTube, tell me you have that. No, please. That one video. You know that one video where it's like the 4 sages and like they're each on one side of the screen and they're playing all of their scenes at once? I'm not gonna find that. And like it shows that it's pretty much the same scene just 4 times. I remember when I noticed that during the second stage, I was like, oh, is it just gonna be that? And then I watched a little bit of the other stages, and yeah, it was just gonna be that. The only thing that changed is that the Gerudo stage is like, oh, Ganondorf was our king. Yeah, it was on Twitter, but I didn't bookmark the tweet, so I was hoping it would be on YouTube also. Oh, whatever. Yeah. Tears of the Kingdom is a very fun game. Like, the gameplay is beautiful and engaging. And it kept me engaged to the very end, but at many points it lost me hard. And I think this is the harshest that I am being to any of the games under GOTY contenders. Like, I was not this mean about Exocolonist. I said that being a fascist was good. I'm sorry. Like, I just wish one day we'd find a game that's like, that has like this much gameplay. This gameplay that was clearly very... Tatsuka's a lot like Kiwami 2 in a way. Yeah, good gameplay, bad story. I wish there was a game that had the gameplay of the caliber or something like Totsuka and like just had a better story, man. When we reach that, we will reach the ultimate video game. Maybe I already have it, I just haven't seen it. Oh, I gotta talk about the Trolls franchise now. I'm gonna do lightning round because like I watched these 3 movies in a row and it was a dizzying pace and my brain turned to mush. Let's do this. The first Trolls was really good. It was really whimsical and fun, and I was like, holy shit, how was I never told this was a good movie? Like, people just clowned this movie wherever I saw it online, like, saying kill my grandma and whatever, but it was really fun. The music was fun. The characters were fun. The humor didn't feel all over the place. DreamWorks is just good at animations, man. But then Trolls 2, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. I felt like they were just saying the same things over and over again, and it was kind of disappointing. I did enjoy the character design in Trolls 2, though, like the funk trolls, the rock trolls, the classical trolls, etc. They all had interesting designs, and they didn't bring these guys back from movie 3, which was disappointing. I guess I kind of get, like, in all these movies, they are ostensibly trying to be a separate thing. I use the word ostensibly a lot, and I'm not even sure what it means, but... yeah. I just had a lot of more problems with Trolls 2. I thought I just couldn't keep up, even though the additions were cool. Some of them, they just didn't come back, and that was sad. Trolls 3 was funny because it had John Dory. It wasn't as good a movie as the first one. I thought that the sibling plot that they did with Poppy was really stupid. I liked the funny siblings, Velvet and Veneer. They were really funny. Anyway, this movie brings good additions, not addictions. No one uses crack in Trolls, okay? Yeah. My commentary... Okay, bye-bye, cat. My commentary is a little shallow, but as I said, these movies were shown to me in quick succession. I could not think. They were fun. And then, I watched Scott Pilgrim vs. the World on the 26th, and then I watched the Scott Pilgrim anime series in one sitting yesterday. So those are the last things I have to talk about. We are almost 4 hours into the stream. So the first Scott Pilgrim was a really good movie. I really liked this one. It had like a whimsical style of humor that was really endearing, and of course the characters were all really fun. I like Knives a lot because Knives is me when I was a teenager, and I really felt myself seeing that. Of course, the gripe that I have with this movie is the same gripe that everybody else has with this movie, which is the fact that he gets Ramona in the end. And just to what's the word? Anticipate, I guess. I don't think that's how that word is used, but that's the equivalent in Portuguese. Just to anticipate one of my comments on the series. I don't care about Scott and Ramona as a couple, so inevitably anything they try to do with that as the emotional core has automatically lost me. I thought it was... I thought it was at least a fun movie, even though the emotional stuff has lost me. Which is true for the series as well. The series, I think I'm gonna put it a tier lower than the movie because it doesn't have the same whimsy and humor as the movie did. And my list of complaints with the series is a little longer. One, I wrote these down somewhere, so let me go find them. Where is it? I think it's in Uchi4. Oh, here. In the series, I hate that the Katayanagi twins got pretty much nothing in the series. They got 3 lines as opposed to the 0 lines that they had in the movie. Because I remember one of my biggest disappointments with the movie was that there were non-characters, and then I was hoping that the series would try to amend that because I was told, the evil exes all get more character in the series. That didn't happen for the twins. That did not happen for the twins. They're still just boring. Roxy had little screen time. I didn't like that. She's the one female evil ex. I liked though that they dropped the "it was just a phase" thing about their relationship that was in the movie, and I assume the comic. Um, so that was good. I liked seeing that. Okay, what else to complain about? Gideon. I don't like Gideon. Sorry, he's annoying. And I don't like that he got what he wanted in the end. Like, there was a very quick acknowledgement that Gideon was an abusive person in the series. It's like Ramona turning to his new girlfriend and saying, Gideon abused me, he was awful to me. And like, and then she, in a later scene, she turns to him and he's like, well, you better treat your new girlfriend better than you treated me, you bitch. And like, that's the maximum acknowledgement that there will be that he is abusive. And that didn't sit right with me. It didn't sit right with me that he gets what he wants in the end. Also, there is only one black character in the series, and her role is to be basically a mammy stereotype because she is just so done with the white boys shit, and she's not even named. And I'm like, wow, great! This is a win for representation, you guys. Woo! And also, I wanted there to be more envy. I like envy. I saw a post on Twitter that was someone shipping Envy and Julie, and I was under the impression that they got together in the series. They don't. I was sad. Also, for the things I liked, I love Knives. I'm happy Knives gets a happy ending in the series. Todd was really good. Matthew Patel, I only call him by full name. He was really good. And Wallace. Wallace is great. He was a very engaging little. I don't think I can say this. I don't think I can say this on Twitch.tv. But Luke knows what I'm talking about. And now, it is time to dispense our awards. Do I do anti-goatee or goatee first? I think I should do it. I think anti-goatee is more anticipated because everybody knows what my goatee is already. Well, do you know what my goatee is? Put your assumptions in the chat. You've probably seen my Twitter thread. I'm gonna stop pretending anybody cares enough to guess because everybody knows my goatee's Octopath Traveler 2. I have no time to be cryptic on the internet when I have disavowed this right by saying what my goatee was on Twitter.com. Engage, I don't think, was even on my top 5. I think this position was... I forgot who it was. Well, anyway, I think Engage deserves to be in the running because Engage was good. But yeah, I've said my piece about Octopath. It is a beautiful game, and if I haven't shielded it to you already, I think you should just get on there and play it and see what I mean. As for the anti-goatee, okay, this will be harsh competition. I wonder, any guesses in the chat? I'm doing a drum roll, by the way. It's not really a surprise because I've already mentioned like online. I mean, look, Yoshinoko is in a game. I can't put it for not Game of the Year. If they make an Oshinoko game, maybe I'll play it. And I'll be like, this sucks. And that'll be my anti-goatee for the next year. But yeah, out of the 6 nominees. If I had finished number 7, I would have put it in the anti-go to contender tier, but I didn't. At the end, Eden's Gardener 12 minutes. That is incorrect. It's Emily's Away Free! Everybody give it up for Emily's Away Free! Woo! What a dog shit game. No, look, it's not Worlds End Club. I could not possibly say that Worlds End Club is worse than 12 minutes, Lucky. Like, I would not do this to you, and I would not do this to myself. Never 7 will definitely sweep the category next year. Okay. And here is our final ranking. These 4 hours have been very fun. Thank you for coming to my stream. Let's save the image. Please add a title to your tier list. Ah! It is there. I thought it saved it as an image. But that's fine. You just go there. Grab it as an image. Download image. I clicked the incorrect button. Okay. I would never do this to Mochan, that's true. Thank you for coming. I will see you next year. And I forgot to put up the image. Now you can see my image that I made so lovingly. So yeah, I only really do this, just as Lucky said in his own stream, I only really do this because there is someone that wants to look. And I am really glad that all of you are here. Thanks Lucky, thanks Volt, thanks Kat, thanks to everybody in the chat who silently watched. It was a lovely time to have you here. Bye bye!